would you look at that? Another scorcher in the desert. We have reached the end of a week-long summer heat wave across the nation, and two teams are hoping to ride a wave of momentum into the postseason. The LA Elite, the Atlanta Attack make up the first half of our Friday night TCL Team Boxing League doubleheader right here on Merit TV. Good evening once again, everybody. Welcome inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. We have LA and Atlanta first up on our Friday night doubleheader. We also have not too much time until the postseason, Dave. There's some high stakes on the line for both these teams. They're in different spots as far as the postseason goes, but let's get to your opening theme of the night because we have a long one here with two matches up, two teams here in the first event, making up a very competitive event where they're scratching and clawing for some positions.
I'll tell you, you want to talk about hot, the heat wave? How about hot Atlanta? This is a team that started off an 8-game season losing their first 3. No way they can make the playoffs, right? Wrong. They won 3 against Texas teams, and then Nashville, a Cinderella story. Trailing the whole time, got ahead one time, the final punch. So this is a team with a blessed magic carpet ride doing a lot of great things. For LA, it's a different story. It's time for crunch time, 2-4. This is a team now that has to come out and hope that they can get 2 more victories and hope that the math and the tie-breaking scenarios will be good for them at the end of the season. LA under the gun, Atlanta in a hot position.
Yeah, who would have thought Atlanta at 0-3 to start? They'd be the team where they're just kind of trying to fight for the best seed possible, and LA is the one fighting for its playoff lives. But you talked about that miracle win over Nashville a couple of weeks ago, 218, 216, the final. Keandre Leatherwood came up big, picked up a pair of victories, a multiple round fighter, and Keandre Leatherwood getting his hand raised against Nashville in that victory. And then Amin Mitchell, who we will see again in multiple rounds here tonight, the junior middleweight shining, picking up some extra points as well for this Atlanta Attack team, coming in at 4-3. Their playoff all but secured. You want to win in order to avoid a first round matchup with the likes of a Philadelphia or a Las Vegas, but right now Atlanta sitting pretty at 4-3.
And you saw the big shots by Clarkson. That's how they pulled it out. The big guys at the end, you always look forward to those shots, and let's see what happens if it comes down to big fighters again tonight.
So Atlanta has a chance to wrap up its regular season with a victory and then kind of sit and watch the rest of the playoff seeding pan out over the last week plus of the TCL Team Boxing League regular season. As for Los Angeles, they need a win. They need more than that. They need to win here. They need to win in the regular season finale coming up on July 11th. But most important, aside from the win, you got to score points. So, yes, you want to win head-to-heads, but you want to try and grab extra points as much as possible because the point differentials, they decide the tiebreakers when it comes to the playoffs.
Especially with this team, because they go in there, they're only trailing Miami by a few points. So if they can come up and they can go and do a lot of good things, get some nice victories, get some high points, they have a chance to overtake Miami. Has 4 wins. But all of that depends on the big word to start it, if. This is a team with a lot of if scenarios, and if they can get action like this, they'll have a shot.
Yeah, this is a team that's dropped 3 in a row. Last in action, June 7th, one of the bright spots, Juan Higuera, who you're going to see in action for 2 rounds in 2 pivotal points, really. Near the end of the middle rounds, near the end of the money rounds, Juan Higuera, the cruiserweight, coming up big in his first month and a half or so of action as a TCL fighter. Gerardo Vergara against Las Vegas, doing a nice job. This is a LA team, again, at 2-4, but they had to face Las Vegas in back-to-back weeks. They held their own for the most part. Obviously came up on the losing end against the TCL's lone undefeated team.
This is a team that could be doing a little bit better in the standings than what they have shown so far. But now, at least for them, it's all out in front of them. You know, you've got Atlanta right here. You have to beat what's in front of you. You have to beat a playoff team if you want to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, the LA Elite have Atlanta tonight. They have Dallas on July 11th. It's all right there in front of them. Bottom line is you want to take care of what you can control right here. But again, there is that extra emphasis on scoring points here.
And I think there's a sneaky suspicion that one of the 3-win teams could occupy that 8th spot. So if you're looking at the scoreboard saying, hey, what do we have on the differential? It could come into play. So you're fighting for this week, you are fighting for next week. It's been my suspicion all along, one of those 3-team wins is going to sneak into that final spot. So if you're LA, you're in the mix, provided you do something good tonight.
All right, let's get you set up with the latest TCL Team Boxing League standings as we climb toward the top of the standings. It is Las Vegas at the mountaintop, their big win over Philadelphia last week. You're going to see Las Vegas taking on the hometown Phoenix Fury in the second half of our Friday night doubleheader. But there you see Atlanta right now currently 4th. And you want to have one of those top 4 seeds to maybe avoid a first-round matchup with the likes of a Philadelphia or Las Vegas. As for LA at 2 and 4, again, you just want to try and find your way to get in, and you deal with a Las Vegas or a Philadelphia as when you cross that bridge, really, because like we talked about, Las Vegas, yeah, they played their opponents close for the most part. LA played them close. I mean, they didn't lose by more than 5 points in either of the matchups in back-to-back weeks. So in a weird way, Dave, 6 matches in, they still have 2 more to go in the regular season. I think we're still finding more out about LA.
Yeah, this is their chance to show something, because we've seen them sporadically throughout the year. We saw them in the opening week, and then we saw them after that, then a little bit of a break. Now we see them in the final 2 weeks based on how their schedule goes. You saw the standings, and you see how jumbled it is. You see what it is for Boston. You see what it is for New York. You see what it is for Nashville. San Antonio clawing to some hopes. And so this is now where all the rubber meets the road for these teams in the last 2 weeks. Okay, they've gotten themselves into a position here. They're here. They can do it. It's out in front of them. Now the only problem is execution.
Need a win, and they need to continue to win here as we get closer to the end of the regular season. All right, let's go back out to the Arizona Athletic Grounds over in Mesa. Third member of our broadcast team, it's Amelia Moore. Amelia, great to see you. Good evening. Know you're ringside. You'll be there all night for us, including the start of the launch rounds 1 through 8. And which round jumps out to you the most as we get going here between LA and Atlanta within rounds 1 through 8?
Hi, Justin and Dave. I can hear you down here on the grounds. So happy to be back with you guys here at TCL Team Boxing League. It's going to be a great night. I know that Atlanta is bringing the heat. Absolutely. I mean, they're on a two-fight winning streak as it is right now. And I mean, back several fights ago when Ariel Davis came through with that clutch knockout, she really said, I think I turned the tides. And absolutely, I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. So super excited. I really am starting to see some dynamic placement of athletes. If you're looking at the launch rounds and then you're looking at the money rounds, how they really place some key fighters. But I don't know if you guys have talked about some exciting rounds, but I'm really looking forward to round 5 and round 7 with Osvaldo Lopez and Javon Davis. Javon Davis is absolutely the team captain of Atlanta, so he just brings that fire and brings that energy and just calls everybody up to action. So coming against the number 2 team being LA, they're going to have to really step up today.
And Javon Davis is going to be a 2-round fighter, and he is one of the engines for that Atlanta team. And I'm curious, Amelia, fighter to fighter,
1,000%.
what stands out to you about Javon Davis and the body of work that he's put in here in the TCL?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's very, very strong. And one of the big things that I've noticed about him is that no matter who he's fighting, you always see him maintain who he is as an athlete. And like, I just really, really appreciate that. Being able to be such a dynamic athlete and that no matter how much pressure is put on you, you are still going to be characteristically yourself. And I feel like that just shows a lot of discipline and also a lot of discipline and also just seasoning as an athlete, that you're not really tousled up by what everybody else has to offer you. You know, you're in there, it's your fight, you're doing what you want to do in the ring.
Amelia, thanks so much. Round 5, the one that you're going to be watching with Davis and Lopez, we're going to be watching that as well. We'll catch up with you later on in the broadcast once the rounds get going. So that's a good round to watch. Dave and I we're going to give you our round to watch. Again, the launch rounds 1 through 8, TCL event broken up into thirds, 24 individual 3-minute rounds. You heard what Amelia had to say. She's looking at round 5. Which round are you looking at, Dave?
The 6th round of this fight. Go down to the scorecard, and we'll see what we like to get there, because I think all the Davises have been good. Lizette Lopez. There have been a lot of key fighters. And in these launch rounds, I think there are a few that we can pick out and look at and say, this is one that I really want to watch. I am curious about the Davis clan all night for Atlanta, because that's where the leadership has begun with this team.
That's Javon Davis. That's Ariel Davis, standout woman for this Atlanta Attack team. Round number 6, Amin Mitchell, Jason Moreno, 2 fighters having terrific seasons for their respective teams. We are getting closer to the action here. LA and Atlanta meeting in Mesa. We'll take our first break. When we come back, we'll set you up further as we get closer to the opening bell here on a TCL Team Boxing League Friday on Merit TV. Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. We are getting you set up for the first half of our Friday night doubleheader. It is LA and it is Atlanta. But a reminder to TCL Team Boxing League fans, it's time to hear your voice. You can select this season's award recipients by voting who you think deserves this season's honors. Just go to Team Combat League /vote or scan the QR code on your screen to cast your vote. Right now you can vote for the Rookie of the Year and the Most Resilient Fighter, with more categories added each week. So we're getting to the end of the regular season, postseason right around the corner. Obviously time to give some fighters their flowers for the work that they put in here in this 2025 regular season. When you think of Rookie of the Year, Dave, there's a couple of names that jump out to mind right away. One of them we're going to be seeing later tonight in Rahman Muhammad for Phoenix, but then you have the likes of Juri Rodriguez of San Antonio, a talented 21-year-old. Jack Sambiaku, we've seen the damage that he's done for Dallas, and there you see the list on the screen there. Rookie of the Year, anyone jump out to you?
Well, I'm really curious to see how it's going to work out between Juri Rodriguez and Latia Williams. So Latia Williams, we've been talking about her all year. I've got a second nickname for her, the thrill pill, because she has come out with barnstorming intentions, tornado-type attack, and a very good southpaw fighter. It took a very schooled fighter to give her her first 2 losses, coming in with 8 wins. And Julie Rodriguez, AC Bryant was very high on her at the beginning of the year, said she's going to be very special. So really, it's what you want to look at, but there are a lot of excellent names in there, and I think the public is going to decide based on what they've been looking at, their favorites, what matches they caught, and who performed big in what situations. But Latia Williams might be one I'm looking at.
That skilled fighter that Dave mentioned that was able to pick off Latia Williams, Ariel Davis. You're going to see her here in tonight's match for 2 rounds with Atlanta. But yeah, one of the bright spots for San Antonio. They have 2 promising rookies, so maybe it's a matter of what you like among the fighters that we did list, but with those 2 specifically, do you like the raw boxing ability and the entertainment value of a Latia Williams, or with Julie Rodriguez? I mean, it's skills personified with someone like that. Other category, most resilient fighter. This category shines the light on the fighter here in the TCL Team Boxing League, ages 37 and up. And, I mean, Christina Cruz is technically a rookie as well, but she has done a terrific job for New York City. There you see Steve Cunningham, Miami's Unieski Gonzalez, Philly's Ray Robinson, Tony Johnson of Nashville, and Charles Pugh, who we'll also see later on here for Phoenix. This is a good category as well. I like it a lot because these elder statesmen of the league, they provide a lot of leadership, but when you see them have individual successful seasons, it says a whole lot as well.
I like that. You almost feel like there has to be an award category somewhere for Charles Pugh, because we have seen him in so many tight situations, the money rounds where he's deciding fights. So that's a big one. Christina Cruz, what type of tenacity, recovering from a broken nose and coming right out, just the attitude and the tenacity of these fighters. And I really like them because we've seen them being interviewed, and there's a certain gratitude they have about the recognition of what happens, whether their team won or lost, that they had a good night and they're recognized for round of the night or fighter of the night. They come across very well. It's a great, endearing thing, and I'm happy to see them getting their props.
Again, to have your voice heard, cast your vote. Go to Team Boxing League /vote for our end of the season awards. One more break, and when we come back, we will go inside the Arizona Athletic Grounds and get the launch round started. LA and Atlanta, moments away from making their respective ring walks. Next on Merit TV.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
Fans, a reminder, you can visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. On July 11th, we return to Dallas, Texas, as the Houston Hitmen take on the NYC Attitude in the first of a doubleheader, followed by the LA Elite facing the Dallas Enforcers. Then on Saturday, July 12th, we head back to the great state of Pennsylvania as the Nashville Smash take on the Philadelphia Smoke in the conclusion of the regular season. Back here in our Merit TV Sports Studios, Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. We are moments away from the ring walks for the LA Elite and the Atlanta Attack as two teams needing wins for different reasons here with the playoffs right around the corner. But also later tonight, Dave, we see the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle yet again, coming off a thrilling victory over Philadelphia. They take on the hometown Phoenix Fury, who are in good position as well. And that's going to be coming up here at the Arizona Athletic Grounds right after we get through this matchup here tonight, LA and Atlanta. There is the launch round fight card, rounds 1 through 8. Some of the matches that Dave and I highlighted, Amelia highlighted as well. This is good action. I want to see some desperation, Dave. What about you?
Oh, I can't wait to get it started. And I'm going to see if we get some 10-8s and 10-7s and some explosiveness to shake up the scoring here.
All right, let's meet the two teams as they make their ring walks for this important matchup with playoff implications. Let's go inside the ring in Mesa with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arizona Athletic Grounds for Team Combat League. Also, big thank you goes out to the Arizona State Boxing and MMA Commission, along with Executive Director Danny Vella, for hosting tonight's event. Chairman is Scott Fletcher. Also, big thank you goes out to our fine sponsors. Climax Moonshine number 32, known to bring the heat. Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Along with Event Ticket Center, don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the LA Elite.
There you see the 2-4 LA Elite. Manny Robles, Edgar Hasso leading the charge. A team that has lost 3 in a row after a 2-1 start. It's put them on the playoff bubble. They need a win tonight and a win in the regular season finale against Dallas to really solidify a playoff spot. And based on point differential tiebreakers, they need to score points. A loss tonight puts them on life support.
That's true, and we've seen a lot of teams able to get on mini momentum swings throughout the league. So LA tries to become the latest team to do that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the LA Elite. Head coach is Manny Robles. Bantamweight, Marori Hernandez. Featherweight, Canario Davidson. Featherweight, Lissette Lopez. Lightweight, Daniel Morales. Welterweight, Osvaldo Lopez. Super welterweight, Jason Moreno. Light heavyweight, Angel the Kid Lozano. Our heavyweight is Scott Alexander. Lightweight, Diego the Ghost Dominguez. Super lightweight, Erica Sanchez. Welterweight, Damian Carrillo. Middleweight, Gerardo Vergara. Super middleweight, Raul Solomon. Cruiserweight, Juan Higuera. And the heavyweight is Levi DaCosta. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Atlanta Attack.
Yeah. The city is up in the madness. The people is giving the damage. They turn into animal savage. Serranos and hippos and mammoths. The hero is coming, I'm locked in. You know that I'm winning, I'm top 10.
After an 0-3 beginning to 2025, the Atlanta Attack into the ring at 4-3, just trying to solidify their playoff positioning. Grab one of the seeds in the upper bracket and then see how the rest pan out. This is their regular season finale. They can take a win, sit back, and get ready for the postseason. That's exactly how this group of fighters would love to end their 2025 TCL regular season campaign.
Man, I can tap dance through the energy blast, run flat, never pop your orbit.
When we talk about resilient fighters, this has been a resilient team.
My fingertip itch, if I could pluck the earthquake hit. Look at the wrist, look at your body, I shake it and shift.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of the Atlanta Attack is Sam Arnold. Bantamweight, Alyssa Boots. Featherweight, Desmond White. Featherweight, Deidre Rhodes. Lightweight, Doc Tress, Doc Giant Robinson. Welterweight, Javon Big Wolf Davis. U.S. Army veteran, super welterweight, Amina Mitchell. Light heavyweight, Money Powell. Heavyweight, Brandon Glanton. Lightweight, Traquan Pettis. Super lightweight, Ariel Davis. Welterweight, Ryan Blue Chip Martin. Middleweight, Deshaun Prather. Cruiserweight, Jonathan the Reaper Rice. And your heavyweight, Samuel Clarkson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you all please rise for the singing of our national anthem being performed tonight by Dawn Wiggle.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the launch rounds here at TCL. To begin round one of the launch rounds for the LA Elite, it'll be Merari Hernandez. For the Atlanta Attack, it'll feature Alyssa Bolts.
A pair of bantamweights get our launch rounds started here, and a pair of bantamweights that'll see one another for 2 rounds, at least on paper. They could change that, Dave. We know that.
We've seen that where you get a stoppage or a cut, and that second fight doesn't happen.
There you see Alyssa Bolts for Atlanta in the ring against Merari Hernandez, and we are underway between LA and Atlanta. Atlanta needing a win here with 2 regular season matchups to go. Atlanta can really shore up its playoff positioning at 4-3 and look to end the regular season with a 5-3 record and get ready for the playoffs.
And, you know, the more you win, the more you hate the prospect of losing. So you could come in and say, okay, they've got a playoff spot wrapped up. They can take a few fighters off and throw some other talent in. But there's a mentality that comes across when you've had some close victories and the idea that you want to go into the playoffs 3 weeks from now as a freight train.
2 fighters going at it. 9 years difference between the two. Hernandez, 23 years of age. Bolts is 32. I like how they're punching with one another, Dave.
Yeah, they're standing right up and getting us off to a good start. They're punching when one fighter jabs, the other fighter's jabbing. Then they're trying to time. And they're making the most of their 3 minutes. It's a good right hand that got through by Hernandez.
Hernandez's shots look more impactful here in round 1. But a stiff jab from Alyssa Bolts. Quick reminder, a TCL event. 24 individual 3-minute rounds. Fighters get in the ring. They have 3 minutes to make an impression on the judges, earn points for their team before the next round with different fighters begins, and the judges will award the winning fighter a standard conventional 10-9 score that you would see for a decision, or a 10-8 score for when a fighter records a knockdown, or a 10-7 score for 2 knockdowns or a stoppage. Those points added to the team score.
And this has been a saga with Hernandez trying to get her right hand in behind the jab of Bolts, and Bolts trying to throw a thunderous right hand using height and reach. You know what's really interesting about the 1-round concept, too, is you might have a few ideas that you might work over a long fight, but in a 1-round fight, you might have to shelve something a little sooner than you'd want to because you don't have as much time to make that work for you.
There's so many elements that go inside that 3-minute window. It might force the fighter to swallow some pride.
No,
Check your ego.
I like the jab. I like the big right hand. This might be my money stuff, but tonight it's not there. Abandon it.
Entertaining round number 1 between a couple of 118-pounders. Bolts for Atlanta and Hernandez for Los Angeles.
And they gave the judges a lot to think about because they both had some effective shots with their best weapons. Like for Hernandez, that was a great move there to get inside and land the right hand. She did a lot of that. Another look at some good work here by Hernandez as Bolts was trying to line up for the right hand that she got through. As she was trying to set it up, even taking a couple for the privilege of throwing.
These two will meet again in round number 9, the start of the middle rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision in favor of the LA Elites, Merari Hernandez. Our next run is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. For the LA Elite at 126 pounds, it'll feature Canario Davidson. He'll be opposed by the Atlanta Attack's Desmond White.
Well, Dave, we have a pair of featherweights, each making their TCL debuts here this evening. Desmond White for Atlanta and Canario Davidson. There you see White in the red trunks, 29-year-old out of DeSoto, Texas, a suburb of Dallas. Davidson in the gold trunks.
Yeah, welcome to the TCL. Our playoff hopes are on the line. No pressure.
Welcome aboard. We're all counting on you. Canario Davidson, a 23-year-old out of Montgomery, Alabama.
I think it's interesting to watch the fighters as they progress. We see these guys are TCL debut now. After about 5 fights, they become quick TCL veterans. They figure out a lot of tricks and figure out how to fight in this format. And to calm the nerves of your debut, it is good to start off with the fundamentals. Get the jab out and move. White wants to load up with a right hand.
Pace picking up. Davidson, sharp jab. Desmond White waiting a bit to let his hands go.
Double jab by White.
Two fighters making their TCL debuts here tonight. Amelia Moore, third member of our broadcast team here, also stand out for the Boston Butchers. All right, Amelia, when you have a new fighter join the team and they're about to make their debut, anything that you offer in terms of advice for newcomers?
Yeah, absolutely. Stay sharp, stay smart, be first. And what we're seeing here tonight between these two, with both of their debuts, is just they're trying to get each other out of there.
Yeah, we're seeing the...
Great back and forth action, however.
Yeah, we're seeing White load up. He sees some opportunities there.
Davidson getting more confident here.
He's landed a couple big right hands. The big opportunities in these clinches here, he keeps working and being able to get those punches off, as you can see right now. Incredible work.
It's been a good second half to this round for Desmond White.
And he hasn't had to really work his way inside as much as he did earlier. It's been right there for him. That was a good conclusion for him.
Absolutely. Absolutely, makes it so much easier when your opponent just is able to give you the right spacing so you don't have to chase him down.
He doesn't have to jab his way in here. He had done that earlier. Takes a left hook. He fought with a ton of confidence for especially a guy in his first fight.
Yeah, he looked fabulous in there. I think it took them both a little bit of time to kind of figure it out, but it looked like White absolutely, he kind of found the rhythm, found his spacing, and realized that he could win in those, in the inside work and in the clenches, and just kept his hands moving. And I really think that's the name of the game, is be active. You know, you have to be smart, be sharp, but you got to be active.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the second round for the Atlanta Attack, Desmond White.
He did all those things.
So we're tied at 19, heading into round number 3.
Features for LA, Lizette Lopez. For Atlanta, Deidre Rhodes.
There's Deirdre Rhodes, the 34-year-old for the Atlanta Attack. 3-4 here in her first TCL season. Picked up a win her last time out on June 13th against Nashville's Kenesha Johnson. Lizette Lopez, meanwhile, the southpaw out of Salinas, California. 6-3 this year, but she has split a pair of rounds over LA's last 2 events, and she's in for 2 tonight against Rhodes. They'll meet up again in round 17.
Yeah, she's been one of the team leaders with one of the better records. So she'll come in here and try to control the spacing. Meanwhile, if you're going against her, if you're Rhodes, you want that lead right hand against the southpaw style. You want to get your lead foot outside of her left foot.
Let's find out some more of Lizette Lopez. Already a 2-time TCL All-Star. Personally, she is an advocate for mental health, practices daily meditation. Love fighters who are expressing themselves through other avenues.
Yeah.
Big traveler, fashionista.
That's right. There are a lot of different ways to go around. Or you set it up with a gym where you're helping underprivileged kids. There are so many outlets for fighters, and they have found a lot of fighters who have come to the surface with that.
Countless TCL fighters are giving back to their community through the boxing gym. We've chronicled that over the course of this regular season.
I especially like the fact that they're not afraid to try anything, whether it's 3 or 4 different types of fighting styles, whether it's a new experience, a new challenge. And the humility of the fighters has been refreshing.
We have a 25-year-old in Lopez who is a TCL veteran. This is her 3rd season. Rhodes, meanwhile, is in her 1st year at 34 years of age. She took time off in her boxing career to get married and raise 2 kids. And that was after a highly decorated amateur career. She was a regular on the USA Boxing Amateur Circuit when she was younger. Had a pro fight last summer under Danny Garcia's promotion. Swift Promotions at NA. But Rhodes herself, you know, she needs to pay the bills. She's a registered respiratory therapist.
Talking about avenues outside of boxing, just a blue-collar approach to everything.
Action winding down here in round number 3.
Well, Lopez did a good job of avoiding a lot of those lead right hands. Let's see if that shows up on the cards or not. She lands a nice left hook there, takes one that lands a good right hook from that particular angle. Lopez showing you a jab look and then throwing a straight left hand, and was able to keep Rhodes away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 3 from the LA Elite, Lizette Lopez, by unanimous decision. Round 4 is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. We now have lightweights in the ring for the LA Elite. It'll be Daniel Morales. For the Atlanta Attack, Doctress Robinson.
LA in front, 29-28 in the overall score. Round number 4, Daniel Morales, Doctress Robinson. These 2 fighters do it at 135 pounds. They're in line for a 2nd round tonight, round number 21. Some good quick action. Oh, stumbling is Robinson. Morales trying to capitalize here and inflict some hurt on Doctress Robinson.
That's a big point if he can get it. He did hurt Robinson.
He's addressing the body.
It's one thing to have the hand speed, but Morales has had some excellent pop on these inside shots.
Morales itching for a win. He's 4-2 this season, but he's dropped 2 straight. He'd won 10 in a row dating back to last season. 11-4 all-time in his TCL career.
Well, you go through the peaks and valleys, and what he's trying to do is punch his way out.
Robinson trying to fight back, unfold from his defense with some counter shots. That left hand. Referee warns him for leaning his head inside. I love the extended combos from Morales.
Yeah, and he's doing this against a very good fighter, with Robinson having had a decorated amateur background on the national circuit. Top fighter, a champion, going back a few years.
A win for Robinson here, it would bring his overall TCL career record to 500. He's 9-10 in his second season. Going for a 3rd straight round victory.
But he's been flirting up and down around the 500 mark all year, but he's drawn tough opposition. So it's about the angles and the footwork here with the 2 lefties. The lefty-righty matchup doesn't offer the same angles. And we're seeing that Morales is getting off first and then doing some subtle head movement to avoid the counter. Morales finishing strongly.
Good defense there, working the angles. Daniel Morales, the 21-year-old, feels like he has it in the bag. He hurt his opponent early on.
And let's watch the effectiveness of Morales. That's when we almost had a knockdown. And if this ends up becoming a 1-point fight, remember that Robinson did not go down there. He saved his team a valuable point, but Morales was on the front end most of the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 4 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, it is Daniel Morales. Your score, LA 39, Atlanta 37. Round 5 will be in the welterweight division for LA. It features Osvaldo Lopez. Atlanta will showcase Javon Davis.
Osvaldo Lopez making his TCL debut tonight here against Javon Big Wolf Davis here in round number 5. But another Lopez, Lizette Lopez, victorious in round 3, standing by with Amelia Moore.
Hi, crew. We're down here ringside with Lizette Lopez. After a really, really beautiful round that you had there, I have to say, this season has been so long so far. You guys have one more fight July 11th. Obviously, you have another round tonight. Can you explain to us exactly how you prepare yourself to be able to have the longevity as a fighter to really keep that stamina? You looked beautiful in that round.
Thank you for having me. First of all, I just gotta say thank you to my coach Manny, to Team Combat League. I stay in the gym every day, day in and day out, but I have to balance that with obviously, you know, my meditation, letting my body rest, just a lot of stretching, a lot of mental work.
Absolutely, it's so much more than just being in the ring to be able to make sure that you can perform and recharge. So with that, just being on the road too, what are some of the practices that you use while you're on the road?
I make sure to meditate a lot every day. I ground myself, I practice gratitude. I just, you know, I practice my breath practices and stuff, you know. Just a lot of staying calm, a lot of staying my mental, you know, grounded.
Absolutely. So many times they think that the fighters, there's so much violence, but as you see from what you do, Lizette, like there's so much more to being a boxer. It's about having just a really clear mind and being grounded and keeping all that energy. You see it in the ring with you. You looked so beautiful. Those combinations are absolutely amazing. You looked very, very controlled. Thank you for sharing some of your practices. And I know you're an avid reader. What are you reading right now?
The Power of Now. It's taken me a while to finish just because of all the, you know, traveling and stuff, but The Power of Now, staying grounded, just, it helps me a lot with that. So being here, being on the road.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. Pick up your book, start reading people, start doing your meditation. We'll see you back on ringside here just a little bit. Back to the studio, guys.
All right, thank you, Amelia. And Javon Davis is showing the power of now here over Osvaldo Lopez. He is in a groove in round 5.
And if he can get it going, he might even throw in the power of gratitude. I like that she was talking about practicing gratitude. That's a nice viewpoint from Lizette Lopez. And, you know, Javon Davis, one of the stalwarts on this Atlanta team, and they're looking to him in this particular matchup to try and overcome the deficit.
He is 8-3 here this season after dropping 2 in a row and another no contest. So this is a rare drought for Javon Davis in terms of being out of the win column, but it's like he's seconds away from likely getting his hand raised. 26-6 all time here in TCL Team Boxing League. Tough draw for your TCL debut for Osvaldo Lopez.
Yeah, to get a guy like this who's been one of the architects of the success of Atlanta. Excellent work here by Davis. And, you know, there's a subtle angle in here, too, as we await the decision that if you've been in a slump, what better time than the last fight in the regular season to snap it and clear your head before the playoffs?
That's a good point. You have some 3 weeks before the postseason gets started for a team like Atlanta. You don't want to be sitting on a couple of losses and no contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 5 by unanimous decision from the Atlanta Attack, Javon Davis. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 in the super welterweight division for the LA Elite. It features Jason Moreno. He'll be opposed by Atlanta's Amina Mitchell.
Well, here we go with round 6. Dave, this was one of the rounds we highlighted. Jason Moreno, a second-year TCLer, 24 years of age, now 5-5 in his TCL career. He's won 4 in a row. All of them coming against Rainier Salgado of Las Vegas. But that brings us to a good point. Los Angeles hung tough with the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle here. And this is a team that could be on the outside looking in of the postseason.
So they have to find it in one night. We've seen teams struggle with this particular situation. New York City Attitude saw them struggle with their results not looking like you think they would. Nashville getting caught at the wire by Atlanta a couple weeks ago. That win was in their pocket. And so they look at their team record and say, we're better than this. And we're seeing some evidence of that right here. And on the flip side for Atlanta, Mitchell has been one of their top guys. Likes James Toney, likes Terrence Crawford. And he has been a tower of strength for this team.
These two face again in round 18, and this is the 5th straight event for Amin Mitchell in which he'll be fighting 2 rounds.
And fighters like being depended on like that. As he's up to 8-3-1. And you want to be tagged for the money rounds. You want to be seen as an all-star first within your team. Then you try to help the team a lot when you compete for them.
It's a 1-point lead right now for LA. 6 rounds into the launch round phase. And Atlanta sitting nicely at 4-3 with the postseason coming up. Jason Moreno and his wins over Salgado of Las Vegas. It's a big reason why in LA's last matchup on June 7th, they went to round 24 against Vegas with it all tied up. Round 24 decided things. So you look at it in a number of ways. Either, hey, anyone can beat anyone on any given night, or this is a team who's better than their 2-4 mark shows.
And I think there's a partial truth to both. On a given night, most of the teams in this league can beat the top team. And LA, for the second point, is lurking in this imposter phase that, you know, they think their record should be better than this. And you know what? Even if you lose a tough one to the top team, you know there has to be a residual effect coming forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 6 by split decision from the LA Elite, Jason Moreno.
That's a big one for LA.
5th straight win for the 24-year-old.
58, Atlanta 56. Round 7 in the light heavyweight division for the LA Elite, Angel Lozano. For the Atlanta Attack, Money Powell.
So Jason Moreno picks off Amin Mitchell. How about that? The youngin at 154 pounds takes round number 6. We'll see them again, round 18.
I'm curious about the residual effect on the team now. Look, we just knocked off their big guy. You know, you're in that LA corral. That's a big development.
And you already have the team lead.
You have the team lead. You got a point back when, if you'd handicapped it, you thought that maybe you wouldn't get that one.
There's Angel Lozano in the gold trunks. Money Powell in the red for Atlanta. Each fighter in their respective second seasons in the league.
I think what's viewed as an upset can really spark a team when they benefit from it.
Money Powell has lost 2 in a row. He's 3-3 on the season. Lozano, meanwhile, he split a pair of rounds last weekend. He's 4-8 on the year. Lozano and Powell facing one another for the first time.
And so far, a battle of good jabs.
Atlanta corral watching intently. You see their head coach, Sam Arnold. Powell getting some advice. He's able to answer back as well with a fighter standing in front of him.
That's the beauty of the corral. People can shout instructions to you. As long as it's one voice. You don't want 7 people throwing something in there and you try to interpret it all. You going to get his jab back here. We saw stiff jabs from both fighters initially, and now slowing a bit.
Yeah, what do you think of the way Powell is, I mean, for lack of a better phrase, setting up the jab with that 78-inch reach?
Well, he has that ability to do that, but you still want to see him snap that jab out. Because if you don't snap it out, you'll get hit back on the counter.
It's a wide target for Lozano with those elbows extended outward. We've not seen Powell lower himself and attack the body.
Based on that shuffle, you'd think he was up 3. He was lucky he didn't get caught, because you have to protect yourself at all times. And Lozano was watching the show. Another interesting call here.
Pretty close round where there wasn't too much action.
Lozano on the outside, the jab, the body shots. And you don't celebrate getting hit, but it was good footwork. We have to give him points on performance. But it just may have dramatized the fact that he got hit.
Lozano trying to continue to build the momentum for Los Angeles.
Gentlemen, the winner of round 7 by unanimous decision for the LA Elite, Angel Lozano. Your score, LA 68, Atlanta 65. The final launch round, it'll be round 8 in the heavyweight division. For the LA Elite, Scott Alexander. For the Atlanta Attack, Brandon Glanton.
8th and final round of the launch round. Scott Alexander, Brandon Glanton. Alexander, he's an interesting fighter here. Competed in 2 fights in the TCL on one night, Dave, back in 2023. Lost both rounds to Skylar Lacey and Michael the Bounty Hunter. We haven't seen him since. Makes his return here tonight against Brandon Glanton, who's 6-5 in his TCL career.
You have to talk your way back into the lineup. You have to show something in workouts for the coach to trust you.
Well, he stands at 6'3".
And by the way, we've seen Skylar Lacey have some nice moments for Boston, so it's not like he lost to a bad fighter.
Michael Hunter, no slouch either. Atlanta's won 3 of the last 4 rounds. Amelia, what do you sense ringside with LA as they continue to gain momentum round by round here?
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just picking it off slow and steady, and that's kind of what you want. You want to take no damage in those launch rounds and just keep picking them off and building those points. And I think they're doing a pretty good job right now, just being consistent.
Amelia, how about when you get a nice split decision like LA got in a very close fight, a pivotal one? What about something like that energizing the team?
Having a close split decision, I mean, you got to just step on the gas at the same time. I think, like I said earlier, it's really about letting your hands go. You got to be sharp, got to be smart. I know I say this over and over again, but in these fights, they're so short. They're only, I mean, they're 3 minutes a standard round, but you got to let your hands go. You know, you've got to make sure that you're making those minutes or those seconds really count. 180 seconds, time's ticking, baby.
Well, I was getting to the fact that LA got a nice victory on a split decision. What about the carryover effect and the enthusiasm it brought to the team?
I I mean, absolutely. Yeah, it's just that momentum building. You know, this is it's a marathon relay sprint sport mix. You know, it's just like we know that you have to go back in. You know that everybody's got to touch the baton, and so just keeping those every inch that you can gain on your on the opponent and the opposing team, like that's money right there, money in the bank.
Less than a minute to go between Glanton and Alexander. Amelia, we're curious, because based on that split decision win by Jason Moreno, maybe on paper you think of it as an upset. If we gave some truth serum here to fighters, when they look at the bout sheet involving their team, are you running through your head of which fighter is favored, which other fighter is the underdog?
You mean from the judging standpoint?
Well, just on paper.
I would hope not. Oh, I mean, on paper, we know what, you know, you're looking at the athletes, you know who has more experience, more so than others. So, I mean, favoritism, we hope that it's non-biased. TCL is amazing, trying to keep the bias out of the sport and keep boxing clean. But, I mean, you know who you're going up against, right?
So an upset win like that, it definitely improves the psyche for the team that's gaining momentum.
I think the team feeds off. You know, we didn't expect that one necessarily, and now look at us. It's our night. It's contagious. Now the question is, did LA
hang on to it and keep running like hell?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here with the judging for round number 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 8 of the launch rounds by split decision from the LA Elite, Scott Alexander. At the end of the launch rounds, LA leads Atlanta 78-74.
Los Angeles takes 6 of the first 8 rounds. A very promising start for the playoff star of LA Elite, needing a win to keep momentum going toward a possible postseason berth. 4-point lead after 8 rounds. We're back with more after this. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. 4-point lead for Los Angeles, 78-74. They lead it over Atlanta, over at the Arizona Athletic Grounds. We welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. So LA coming in at 2-4, needing a win, not just here, but in the regular season finale coming up. You don't want to look past that. You want to deal with what's in front of you here. So far, so good. They're doing just that with what's in front of them, no?
They could not have asked for anything better. You got a little bit of an upset victory for them. They've had the fundamentals. Everybody has fought very well for this team. They've come to fight. They've really have an attitude about them and an urgency that you need to see in a team that wants to make the playoffs. So a promising start for LA. Could not have gone any better, and they're on a run as we come to the end of the launch rounds.
LA takes 6 of the 8 rounds in the launch round phase. Let's take you through the launch round highlights brought to you by The Balance of Nature. And we focus in on round number 4. Daniel Morales, Doctorus Robinson, the 21-year-old Morales. He sensed some blood in the water, and he attacked, Dave.
Yeah, against a very good and schooled fighter, and marked down the fact that Robinson stayed on his feet. He could have been knocked down, almost was, but a 10-9 victory for LA, as was this one.
Yeah, the big boys, round number 8, Scott Alexander, returning to the TCL after a 2-year hiatus, picking out a split decision victory over Brandon Glanton. That gave LA a 4-point lead. As you take a look at the middle round fight cards, an immediate rematch in round number 9 between Merari Hernandez and Alyssa Bolts. They started it off, provided a lot of entertainment as well, doing a nice job punching with one another.
A lot of good right hands exchanged by the women in that first fight. We look for more of the same.
So other names involved in the middle rounds as well. And I take a look at round number 13. You have Gerardo Vergara to Sean Prather going at it there, both with spotty stretches at the moment. So it's a matter of which fighter is desperate here to get back into the win column, because these two fighters, they're really talented.
Top of the show, we saw Vergara highlights, so you say, okay, he's one of their best guys. Well, he's got to show it now. You know, now that they're in the leadership position that they needed from their top people. So, hey, it's about momentum. Who can find it here?
Deshaun Prather, 1-2. He's been stopped once as well. The onus could be on Gerardo Vergara here as LA tries to pull away in the middle rounds. Let's go back to the action over in Mesa. Round number 9 set to begin. Here is Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin the middle rounds for the LA Elite. At 118 pounds, Merari Hernandez. For the Atlanta Attack, Alyssa Bolts.
There you see Alyssa Bolts trying to exact revenge on Merari Hernandez, who won 10-9 in round number 1.
It's all about positioning. Now, if you're Bolts, you need to be a little closer when you land that right hand, throw it, and you have it loaded up. Maybe in the first fight, it was holstered too long and not thrown. So she just has to let her hands go. Get closer, let that right hand go. There's the intangible speed of Hernandez, which by itself can establish some respect. Yes, you do want to throw the right hand if you're Bolts, but 3 quick shots by Hernandez sends the message, you better not miss, and you better have yourself covered up.
More combos are flowing from Hernandez, and I don't know if it's creating some shell shock with Bolts, but it is preventing her from letting that right hand go.
The timing is off for Bolts because of the speed shown by Hernandez. From the first fight, it was she would launch her right hand, and then Bolts would try to throw one. Now when she's looking at it, she's facing 3 shots.
The 23-year-old from East LA pick up a 2-round sweep here tonight against Alyssa Bolts. Los Angeles trying to increase its overall team lead up by 4 to start round 9.
And Hernandez has been the gambling warrior in this contest. At the point of attack, she's been the one willing to take the step forward and face the risk for the privilege of initiating.
From Merari Hernandez, putting herself in the line of fire. Most times getting her head off the line as well, staying out of danger.
Yes, and it's a subtlety. You know, getting your head out of the line might just be about a movement of 3 or 4 inches. And she's doing that as she's charging forward. Then if you're her opponent and you could see it coming, Bolts, you could take a step to the side and try to catch her, because Hernandez does come straight in and launch a shot. And she tried to do it there, almost caught Hernandez. But all that said, you're trying to set that up, and guess what? Time's out.
You only have 3 minutes to make an impression. Merari Hernandez is doing that in round number 9.
She was stellar in this one.
Looks like she's in line to win 2 rounds tonight. Big exhale from Alyssa Bolts.
Well, we talk about adjustments in the second fight, and Hernandez made them with the timing. It was 1 versus 1. She gets in there, quick shots, and what she does is prevent Bolts from getting comfortable with the timing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 9 by split decision from the LA Elite, Merari Hernandez. Your score, LA 88, Atlanta 83. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. In the lightweight division for LA, Diego Dominguez. For the Atlanta Attack, Traquan Pettis.
Well, Los Angeles is up by 5, Dave. Plenty of boxing left, but we also discussed the emphasis of adding points to your ledger on the regular season here for a team like LA fighting for a playoff spot. They're doing just that.
Yeah, they've got the nice 5-point lead, and they've got the ghost Diego Dominguez out there, one of their better fighters, against a talented fighter in Pettis. But what we've also seen against, with Atlanta, Nashville got off to that big lead and couldn't get the big 10-8, 10-7 rounds. So LA would dearly love to have one of those.
Diego Dominguez 10-2 on the season.
Just what we were calling for.
Diego Dominguez, one of the Rookie of the Year contenders here in the TCL. Going to try and press the action now against an equally impressive lightweight for Atlanta, who's trying to fight back here.
Well, just as we were talking about how they would love to pad that lead with an explosive 10-8 or a 10-7, now they've got it with Dominguez, yet his opponent is still dangerous. So the other part of this equation is, for you, Dominguez, you don't want to give that point back. You want to get another one to make it 10-7, but at the very least, preserve this 10-8.
Dominguez has over a half of a round here to go to control that lead here or potentially add to it and pick up a stoppage. But right now in line for a 10-8 decision.
And a couple of right hands by Dominguez whistled just past the target. He missed by inches. He'll have an opportunity to get that shot on the mark.
That left hand from Pettis just dangerously lowered here.
But now he's a little tentative with it. Can he trust his jab? He's in between here.
6-0 is 6-0. Pettis undefeated this season after winning 2 rounds over Roger Hilly in that win over Nashville. But here with Dominguez, Pettis is taking on his most successful TCL opponent.
Pettis has come all the way back as far as being in the fight and having his senses. But not much time to work with to try to get this point back. And for Dominguez, well, could he get the exclamation?
Good body shot landing by Diego Dominguez right at close range. That right hand from Pettis raising the forehand of Dominguez, but Diego Dominguez knows that he has added more points to his team as he creates the first 10-8 decision here this evening.
So how does 5-point lead become 7? Just like this, a thunderous left hook after the body shots. Just beautifully done by Dominguez. Focus on the body, and the left hook to the head was explosive. And when you look at him, you expect more stoppages in his future fights.
He went up and down and up again. The solar plex above the waist and the chin.
In the blink of an eye.
Diego Dominguez. Round 11 at 140 pounds. For the LA Elite, it'll be Erica Sanchez. For the Atlanta Tech, Ariel Davis.
This is one of my backup rounds to watch because of Ariel Davis being undefeated and one of the top fighters in all of the TCL. And now another reason to watch her is she's trying to help Atlanta erase a huge deficit.
Ariel Davis, one of the best fighters to watch in TCL Team Boxing League, taking on Erica Sanchez. 5-foot super lightweight, born and raised in Azusa, California. 2-time National Golden Glove champ as an amateur. She is 4-2 thus far in 2025 with 4 straight wins. Let's see what Davis will be able to do against Sanchez. One thing we know about Sanchez, she's tough. She brings the fight to you. She won't back down no matter how skilled her opponent is. And she just lands a flush right hand across the face of Ariel Davis.
Sanchez is a risk and reward type of a fighter. She'll bring the heat. She'll get in tight. She'll go for a 10-8. She'll go for a 10-7. And she'll be vulnerable to be hit that way too. But she wins that first bombs away exchange. Tell you what, if LA comes up with this one, you really think something is in the air tonight.
You know that it's their evening here as Davis fights back. Atlanta hasn't won since round 5.
Has the same look as that Nashville fight where they went far behind to come back. Only there's a little bit of a different sense of this one, you know, with the LA team needing this one so bad.
Davis a perfect 10-0 this season. She's won 12 straight dating back to last year, though that mark is in jeopardy here with just over a minute to go in the 11th round. Good right hand from Davis lands on Sanchez in another straight right.
There's been a hunger and an attitude from all of these LA fighters, knowing what's on the line, what we talked about at the top of the show. So we're seeing an LA team get way ahead against a team that has won 4 in a row. One of the hottest teams in the circuit. And their fighter also holding her own against arguably the top fighter in the league.
I wouldn't be shocked, Dave, if some judges feel that Sanchez is doing more than holding her own against Davis.
Yeah, holding on to get the decision. I think that she's got an excellent shot.
Davis moments ago, 2 quality connections.
Not be at all surprised with a Sanchez win here. It depends on what the judges will think that Davis did in a countering mode, but that's a terrific performance for Sanchez.
Well, we'll see what the judges think.
So here was Sanchez doing the good work on the inside, then a hammering right hand. And they got right back to work. The risk-reward, feast or famine fighter. I'll win big or I'll get hit, but I'm bringing the heat. This is a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 11 by unanimous decision from the Atlanta Tech, Ariel Davis. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, a proud health supplement partner of TCL. At 147 pounds for LA, it'll be Damian Carrillo. For Atlanta, Ryan Morton.
So Atlanta breaks a 5-round run. They pick up their first win since the 5th. It's now a 107-101 LA advantage as Damian Carrillo and Ryan Martin get in the ring. 2 welterweights in round number 12. Martin's had a really nice bounce-back second year in the TCL. He went 1-9 last year. And he's 5-5 this season. And for Carrillo, it's his TCL debut tonight.
Yeah, and that's great about your second TCL season. It shows, you know, have learned how to win in some of these close fights. How you have to do something different maybe in the last 30 seconds. How you have to put your foot on the pedal to get a little bit more down the stretch. Just like any other sport, when you have to learn to do that, and he's learned to get himself up there.
Martin, 11 years older than Carrillo. Damian is 6-0 in regular boxing, competing at 140 pounds from the LA area. Last fought on May 31st. Picked up a 5th-round TKO.
And Carrillo is getting his jab out there, but not with a lot of conviction. Martin is trying to drop that right hand in over the left hand of Carrillo. Carrillo doing a lot of movement, so is Martin going to gamble and try to get to him? If you want to cut off the ring, you have to take a quick step to the right if you're Martin. Anticipate where your opponent is going. Because right now he's following.
And Martin is trying to make an impact with that right hand. It's cocked back.
I think this is very much up for grabs with 30 seconds to go because there's not been a lot of offense.
Which fighter will be able to show more in the last 30 seconds of round number 12? The only round that each fighter is in for this evening. Time to let it all go. Final 15. A check left hand from Damian Carrillo in his TCL debut. Tough one to score.
Even the low-scoring affairs become 10-9. Martin looked more like the ring general, so it was apparent that Carrillo could not get into his attack. But this is so close, you don't know if the judges will look at it that way. Most definitive punch of the fight came in from Martin late. Question is going to be whether the judges thought that Carrillo was moving and being effective or moving because he was not able to keep Martin off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 12 by unanimous decision for the LA Elite, Damian Carrillo.
Well, they thought he was moving around effectively, Dave.
Yeah, that's basically what they had to
110.
choose between, and that's another big development for LA.
Round 13 in the middleweight division. The LA Elite will feature Gerardo Vergara. Atlanta will showcase Deshaun Prather.
So LA increases its lead to 7, up 117-110. Damian Carrillo gets his hand raised in his TCL debut. I said that was the only round the fighters will compete in tonight. That was the case for Martin. Carrillo has another match, another round. He'll be in action in the 22nd later on against Javon Davis. But here it's Gerardo Vergara, Deshaun Prather, our round to watch here in the middle rounds. Round number 13. LA has caught a lot of the breaks here, and they're building momentum as they've held Atlanta to just 3 round wins. Amelia Moore standing by with Doctress Robinson, Atlanta's 135-pounder.
Hey crew, we're down here ringside with Doctress Robinson here in the pit. I just have to say, massive round there. Your athleticism needs to be documented, my friend. Like the ability to maintain composure, stay on your feet. Like, please tell me, was it instincts? Is it training for situations? Like, people got to know.
Absolutely. I will say that, you know, when it comes to your job, you always train for the worst case scenario. So stuff like that comes with this, you know, profession. So I will let you know that, yeah, I definitely train for stuff like that. But hey, it's nothing new to me. It's nothing new to me.
For sure. You know, and the crazy part is a lot of people, I think that they forget that you had such a big amateur background too. You know, no pro fights, and people are like, oh, no pro fights, but your seasoning is just so apparent. I just have to say it again. Your athleticism is so beautiful. I just like, it inspired the hell out of me in there, dude, like just staying in it. But with the depth of that, I know that there's like so much more of a deeper why and what you do, like staying in the fight. Can you tell us a little bit about your not-for-profit boxing gym? Like, I know your dad's part of the team. He's out here too, ringside.
Yes. Okay, so the name of my nonprofit is May Park Boxing, and it's a program that me and my pop started about 3 years ago. And the main goal is, you know, to keep the kids off the street, just to give them something to do that helps their skills all around in life. All around in life, definitely.
Absolutely, and that's in Augusta, Georgia?
Augusta, Georgia, yep.
And that's right now they're out of a recreation center, so you guys are trying to build towards getting your own facility, taking donations as it is a not-for-profit. Can you tell us a little bit like how people can reach out? I know that you do have a website.
Yes, so the website actually just came up today. A couple of people from my team, they got it up while I was out here, you know, doing my thing. The name of the website is mayparkboxing.org, and you can donate to us. We are a nonprofit, so you can donate to us, and you can get a tax write-off or anything like that. Our only way we're taking donations right now is through Cash App, and it's May Park Boxing 2025.
Amazing. I just so appreciate everything you're doing for the kids out there. Keep doing what you do. You're an amazing athlete, and see you in the next round that you're out there.
Thank you. You know how it feels to be in there, so you know that's not easy. It's not easy.
Just keep doing your thing, man. Thank you so much for having us down here. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Amelia. Doctress Robinson, an inspiring story. We will see him again in round number 21. Round 13 wrapping up between Prather and Vergara.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 13 by split decision for the Atlanta Attack, Deshaun Prather. Your score, LA 126, Atlanta 120. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 14 for LA. In the light heavyweight division, Raul Solomon. Atlanta will showcase Money Powell.
Money Powell in his second round here tonight, taking on LA's standout 175-pounder, Raul Solomon, his second season. He has a 16-3 record here in TCL action, including a 5-3 mark this year. The only real fighter who's had his numbers, Diane DePestre from Vegas, who we're going to see later on tonight. Vegas and Phoenix second half of our doubleheader.
DePestre's had a few numbers this year. You know, not only does Solomon have a big record, but now it's very important for him at this stage. Your team is doing everything right. Now the last fight goes against you. And so you become a stopper. The possibility to just stop the momentum and go tit for tat while you have the lead with Atlanta and not let them claw back by piling wins together the way you did earlier.
Lightning quick counters from Raul Solomon. He looks super calm and confident with those hands flowing freely.
And the good power coming through the hips, so the right hand behind the stiff jab had purpose.
Solomon, 26 years of age. You know, we talked about him in DePestre. Solomon dropped 3 of the 4 head-to-head meetings with Diane DePestre in the consecutive weeks that LA and Vegas boxed one another. Solomon won the final round.
Yeah, that says a lot. Especially at a night, if you lose one, then you come back and you get a split. And then when you look at what DePestre has done, then if you're scouting him as an opponent, you say, okay, I did pretty well. He's a good guy that I was facing. Solomon doing a nice job cutting off the ring, getting off first.
4-punch combo from Raul Solomon, piloted by the left hand to the body.
And you know what's good that he does when he's in the corner, other than that big bomb, is that you land 2 punches and you step back. You let the judges see what you're doing so that you don't smother your offense optically when you're in the corner.
Final 15 seconds of round number 14.
Been a good mugging job here by Solomon.
A couple of different styles from the 26-year-old Mexican-American out of Long Beach, Raul Solomon. Standout for this LA Elite squad, looking the part in the 14th round. Only round that Solomon's in action for tonight.
That makes this verdict even bigger to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 14 by split decision from the Atlanta Tech, Money Powell.
Whoa.
Your score, LA 135,
Surprise.
Atlanta 130. Round 15 in the cruiserweight division for LA, Juan Higuera. Atlanta has Jonathan Rice.
All right, Dave, what do you think of that? A split decision going Money Powell's way in round 14 over Raul Solomon.
No, I had that going the other way. I had that for Solomon. I'd say probably well more than 90%, probably 95% of the time. Our verdict is the same as the judges. So that's one where for me it differs. And if you're scoring at home, mark that down how you had it. That could be a telltale round and maybe a telltale shift.
One that we definitely could be looking back on as the lead for LA shrinks to 5. Back-to-back round wins for Atlanta. They've won 3 of the last 4. Here's Juan Higuera and Jonathan Rice, pair cruiserweights.
And back-to-back splits for Atlanta.
Higuera 3-3 in his first month and a half in the TCL. He is coming off 2 consecutive stoppage wins. Rice, meanwhile, 27 out of Wichita Falls, Texas. He's won 3 in a row. These 2 fighters, they don't look that big for cruiserweights. Rice is 6'3".
They look like they could be 2 guys who almost made the light heavyweight limit of 175, and they're going to allow them to fight a little bit over that.
Higuera being warned for hitting the back of the head. And now Higuera applying some pressure on Jonathan Rice in the corner.
Now, even though Higuera was warned, Rice became tentative after that. So the shot in the back of the head slowed him.
Good jabs from Juan Higuera.
In some of the gamesmanship we see, if you can land something, not a clean shot, and all you get is a warning, but it changes how your opponent fights, it was worth it.
But Dave, the hand's just faster from Juan Higuera right now.
Yeah, he's letting them go. Good body shot. Good left hook coming back at him from Rice. That's the second time there's been a complaint now by Rice.
Final 30 seconds. Now Rice unloads, gets in a quality right hand connect. And a left hand as well, but a nice counter from Higuera. It's that right hand, and it slows Rice down. See the suction cut marks on the back of Higuera. He is sucking the boxing life out of Jonathan Rice in this round.
He has been on top of him.
But we shall see how the judges view it.
We've had a few splits tonight.
Rice does look disappointed with his performance here.
Like he never really could get going. But at the end, he lands a nice left hook, eats a jab. Here is Higuera landing a very good right hand. And Rice complaining about the back of the head. One time it froze him, the second time it energized him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 15 by unanimous decision from LA, Juan Higuera. Your score, LA 145, Atlanta 139. Our final middle round will be at heavyweight. LA will showcase Levi DaCosta. Atlanta has Samuel Clarkson.
Well, is it going to be home run derby time again for Clarkson, who delivered that titanic KO victory for Atlanta against Nashville to produce a team victory?
It came over Tony Johnson Jr. That was in his TCL debut.
What a way to start.
A 6'1" southpaw. And they start sumo wrestling, Dave.
Well, you know, the big guys are going to be looking for positioning. But Clarkson did that with a quick three-punch combination. I'm looking to see if he comes out and tries something similar.
Levi DaCosta, 39-year-old southpaw. So it's southpaw versus southpaw in this match of heavyweights. And what a big left hand unloaded by Samuel Clarkson. That was lightning quick.
Well, you know, we figured he's got to go back to that. It worked against Nashville. Sometimes you want to be focused on technique, but when you come out of the box the way he did,
stumbling is DaCosta, and Clarkson picks up the knockdown.
You try that. You just let the hands go and forget the technique sometimes.
Plenty of time, Dave, to create a stoppage, and my goodness, what a momentum shifter that could be to close out the middle rounds.
Yes, this could put Atlanta within 3. We talked about the fireworks. Would we get it? Yes, we have.
Levi DaCosta looking like he's just trying to fight off Samuel Clarkson at the moment.
Well, if he does this, Clarkson's nickname might become 1 round or less.
Can he go 2 for 2 in TCL stoppages?
Then we're going to see if opponents start to adjust to him. Now we're seeing warnings. We didn't see a point yet, but we did see the warning about the heads coming together. So keep your eye on that.
In their last comeback victory, Atlanta was down 7 after the launch rounds, 3 after the middle rounds. They were down 4 here after the launch rounds. No big obstacle for this tested Atlanta attack team. Again, most likely on the way to the postseason. Just a matter of where they're going to be seated as Clarkson again side swipes DaCosta with that right hand. He has him hurt, and he has him down and out. Samuel Clarkson with another stoppage here in round 16. Is that the second one? No, they waved that off.
They waved off. That was a legitimate shot. So maybe they didn't call the first one.
Okay.
We'll have to go back and take a look at that. But gee, that looked like lights out.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if we can get that replay on the first one.
The first one, maybe they didn't call that. The second one was unquestioned. This is the one we're being told this is the knockdown.
That was the first one.
That's the gloves. Now let's see the second one. Very good look at this because we're being told this one was ruled a slip. He hit him.
There is a land there.
Yes, there is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 16 by unanimous decision, 10-8. It goes to the Atlanta Attacks, Samuel Clarkson.
All right, so Samuel Clarkson gets to 10-8.
Out the middle rounds.
Should it have been 10-7?
Atlanta 149.
We thought so. They must have figured that punch didn't land over the elbow as they complain about the hit in the back of the head, and maybe that's where the judges thought it landed. A big non-point.
That becomes a key focal point of this head-to-head match here between Atlanta and Los Angeles. At the moment, it is a 4-point advantage for the LA Elite. They need a win to continue their playoff hopes. Atlanta, though, fighting back in multiple ways, including from their big-time heavyweight, Samuel Clarkson. We'll see him later on in the money rounds, which are straight ahead. Fans, visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. July 11th, we are back in the Lone Star State, Dallas, Texas, as the Houston Hitmen take on the NYC Attitude in the first of a doubleheader, followed by the LA Elite facing the Dallas Enforcers. And then on Saturday, July 12th, we head back to the great state of Pennsylvania. The Nashville Smash face the Philadelphia Smoke in the conclusion of the regular season. It's the conclusion of the middle rounds in Arizona, and Los Angeles ahead 153-149 over Atlanta. Things getting interesting at the end of the middle rounds. We welcome you back in the studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. So Atlanta making a move here, Dave. They're shrinking their deficit. It's just a 4-point swing at the moment, but I wonder, could it have been more with the way that things went in round 16?
It really could have been. And with the interesting thing to look at that, the first time we looked at that, it appeared that the punch did land and that it should be a knockdown, ruling a slip. It was not a slip. A punch did land. The question when we look back a second time, and if you look at it slow-mo, super slow-mo, is where that punch landed. Did it land in a punch area, a scoring area, or did it land behind the head as the fighter maintained? We'd have to probably look at that a few times to break it down for more. But it sure did look at the knockdown at the time. Second look, well, you know, maybe some benefit of the doubt to the referee.
We're going to get a look at it in a matter of moments again. But bottom line, Samuel Clarkson is a bona fide weapon for the Atlanta attack as they build up for the postseason. Middle round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. First off, though, how about Diego Dominguez in round 10?
The Ghost bringing some knockdown power to L.A. right after we said they've had all these single rounds. They could use a big explosion, and they got it.
All right, here we go. Round 16, Clarkson DaCosta. This was the first knockdown, a true knockdown. And then right there, Dave, what'd you see?
What I saw was initially a knockdown. And then what happened was fighter signaling, you hit me behind the head, and maybe that's what they went with. That's where we'd have to just talk with them as far as that was concerned. Bang, bang, it looked like a knockdown.
Right, the ref signaled a slippage, so very interesting. It actually keeps Levi DaCosta alive against Samuel Clarkson for round number 24 as we focus now on the money rounds. But I also circle round number 23 because we saw a nice exchange between Juan Higuera and Jonathan Rice in the middle rounds. Those big boys, they're going to do it again in round 23.
They're going to do it again, and then Clarkson's going to finish it out. So we have a lot to look forward to in the last two rounds. And then we have that drama. Is Clarkson going to do what he did last time? And is his team going to catch his opponents at the wire? We have a lot of compelling things to think about as we head into the money rounds.
Are the Atlanta attack forming into the TCL's comeback kids here in 2025? Something to ponder as we get going with the money rounds. Round number 17 about to begin. Let's go back inside with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin the money rounds. At 126 pounds for the LA Elite, Lizette Lopez. For the Atlanta Attack, Deirdre Rhodes.
Second meeting of the night between these two 126-pounders, Lizette Lopez, Deirdre Rhodes. Lopez won in round 3, a unanimous 10-9 decision. Now 24-12 in her TCL career.
A lot of pressure when you're starting off the money rounds, whatever side you're on. You're Lopez, your team has a 4-point lead. You want to get this money round off to a good start, try to widen the lead. And if you're Rhodes, you could really narrow it. Because once you start getting inside of 4, you start to see the other team is a target. One knockout could tie it.
LA led by as many as 7.
And Atlanta was able to overcome 7 against Nashville. So yeah, they have that late running capability.
That rally fresh in their minds. Only happened a couple of weeks ago. won 218-216 against Nashville. Atlanta winners of 4 in a row, trying to close out their regular season on a high note, get ready for the playoffs. LA, meanwhile, losers of 3 straight after a 2-1 beginning to the season. They are fighting for their playoff lives here tonight.
And they are fighting with that in mind. They have come to fight. Some teams know that they're against the wall and that they have to come up and do big things, but this LA team has come out tonight with a purpose.
Good reach and land by Rhodes.
Lopez trying to close in, then land the jab and work the body, and then get out. Every punch magnified in the money rounds.
Final 30 seconds to go. I think Rhodes has shown more in this round than she did in the third.
And she's been more assertive coming forward. The question is going to be whether the judges like that style or like they like the lateral movement of Lopez.
Much closer round between these two.
Yes, yes, the good adjustments from Rhodes coming in. She was able to hold Lopez to fewer punches, but did Lopez do enough?
Waiting on deck, Jason Moreno, Amin Mitchell. We saw the upset with Moreno picking up the win over Atlanta's leading 154-pounder. We get the judges' reaction to this score.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 17 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, Listen Lopez. Your score, LA 163, Atlanta 158. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round 18 in the super welterweight division. For LA, Jason Moreno. For Atlanta, Amin Mitchell.
So Jason Moreno picked up his 5th consecutive win with a 10-9 decision over Amin Mitchell back in round number 6. To be able to do it again.
That was a big development for LA, upset.
Moreno, just 24 years of age, born and raised an East Coaster in the New Jersey, Philadelphia area, but now competing for Los Angeles. Amin Mitchell is a 2-round machine for this Atlanta squad. It's very rare he loses back-to-back fights.
And what he's going to have to do to avoid losing back-to-back here is take some chances earlier. Moreno's jab is just keeping him at bay, and just the threat of the jab is keeping him at bay. Mitchell, as he goes to southpaw now, will have to get a little bit more instinctive here and take some chances. Try to duck inside the jab, let his hands go. You might take something on the inside first, but otherwise, you're just on the outside and you don't know if the judges will give you any credit.
Atlanta giving Mitchell their full attention and support as they try and construct another rally.
I see Mitchell here has started out a little bit closer. Try to get his body shots in. Now, Moreno is feeding Mitchell distractions. Jabs that die in the gloves, just something to show, but it keeps Mitchell from loading up. These are just jabs that just come out there, prevent Mitchell from loading up into his attack. And these punches are not getting in by Moreno, but they're having the freezing effect. So if he wins, that's why. And if Mitchell wins, it's because sometimes he slipped through there and landed some good shots.
Another close round between these two.
And it has to be because there was not much offense there. So the question will be whether the judges appreciate the distraction action by Moreno. So throw a lot of jabs at you. That one's short, but just every time he throws it, Mitchell had to reload.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 18 by split decision from the LA, Jason Moreno.
So that's distraction
Your score,
action
LA
paying off.
173, Atlanta 167. Round 19 in the middleweight division. For LA, Gerardo Vergara. Atlanta will feature Deshaun Prather.
Well, Dave, it's going to be tough for Atlanta to win on nights in which Amin Mitchell is shut out.
Absolutely. And a split decision loss. He never could quite get it going. So then you're putting all the pressure on the back end of your lineup, and you'll need stoppages. On the flip side, if you're LA, leading by 4 coming in, if you lost 6 of the 8 rounds, you still have a tie. So they've already gotten their 2. So a lot of points out there to get for LA.
Here's the second meeting between Vergara of LA and Prather for Atlanta.
Yeah, and who would have handicapped Mitchell losing twice tonight?
Deshaun Prather taking down Vergara by split decision in round 13. That's a mini surprise going the other way. But you're right, Jason Moreno with 2 big victories in rounds 6 and 18 tonight.
Neither fighter able to sustain momentum right now, but always important to know that in what's a low-scoring fight, one burst can give it to you.
Oh, he has Prather hurt, Dave. He has Prather hurt. He's cocked forward, and that is going to be ruled a knockdown. And he's still in pain.
Maybe more than that. Yeah, they got it going. That one burst is decisive.
You wonder what's giving him pain here. He took his own mouthpiece out, put it back in.
This is where they better be real careful, and the coaches and the doctors have to be looking at this. Maybe something bothering him.
I don't know if it was a punch or not. Dave, he's not throwing that right hand at all. So I wonder if he injured the right hand.
It does look like something like that, and he had his head between the ropes.
He is fighting completely with one hand. Oh, and he does him wonders! Oh my goodness! Down with the solo shot.
Right near the bell, erasing the earlier knockdown. And based on the body language, it looked like he might want to stop. All right, here's knockdown number one. All right, Vergara coming in. Good right hand crashing through. Let's see, did his right hand get caught on something here?
I think he heard it on impact. I think he heard it on Vergara's face, Dave.
It could be. He's in real pain here. And then just before, he's only got one hand left. Whoa! And he caught him behind the head. And that's why Vergara's going, you kidding me, man? It's behind my head. How's that a knockdown? But it is.
So, by getting a second look at it, looked like that Prather was able to earn the knockdown, but it didn't look like it was a complete knockdown.
No,
well earned.
It was the second one, a shot in the shoulder blade
Almost
area.
brushed him by.
Yeah.
You know, that's obviously going to affect the outcome of this round. We'll see what happens.
It's a major swing.
But give Prather a lot of credit. Literally fighting with one hand.
And hanging in there when it looked like he could consider stopping.
Yeah, I think he hindered it when he landed a right hand onto the face of Vergara.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 19 by split decision, Gerardo Vergara. Your score, LA 183, Atlanta 177.
So
Our next round is brought to you by the Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL.
Knockdowns wiped
For
each other
LA
out.
at round 20, it'll be Erica Sanchez. For Atlanta, Ariella Davis.
Well, this was a fun first round between these two back in the 11th. Ariel Davis doing enough, though, to stay undefeated. Let's see what type of adjustments Erica Sanchez is able to make in their second go-around.
Any adjustments, if she's successful, will simply be execution. She has the right idea. Slip inside the jab and try to do her work. Now, she has to maximize her opportunities if she gets inside. You see the job Sanchez has trying to get past that long reach. Now for Davis, I think an adjustment could be she could try an uppercut here.
Sanchez not backing down one bit.
So Sanchez bringing it to her. And what it is, if you're Davis, you can make this an easier fight if you move laterally. But she's opting to slug. And this is Sanchez being good in the bullying aspect with these body shots.
Davis has been more precise here in round 20. A series of lands here from Ariel Davis. Looking to go to 12-0 and pick up a 2-round sweep over Erica Sanchez tonight.
Who is game and gritty.
She's trying to get Atlanta on the board here in the money rounds. They've lost back-to-back split decisions. 3 rounds total. And this opportunity to close out the regular season with 5 wins starting to slip away for the Atlanta attack.
Sanchez does not care about Davis's record. She has brought it to her. So it's Sanchez inside and Davis sharpshooting outside.
Erica Sanchez just walking through the fire that is Ariel Davis. But Davis showing the levels of boxing here against the LA 140-pounder. I tell you what, if she gets her hand raised, she might be one of the stars of the night, Dave.
Yeah, she has had quite an impact here. Sanchez coming in and Davis on the outside. You know, this is when they talk about height makes right, because she's able to stand there and land on the outside. Sanchez has been a spark plug regardless of how this turns out.
Good showing for Erica Sanchez. And you wonder, she might be walking out of the arena tonight with nothing to show for it. But this was a good matchup between 2 women at 140 pounds.
Husbands, the winner of round 20 by split decision from the LA Elite,
There you go.
Erica Sanchez.
Ariel Davis in disbelief as she takes
Your
her first
score,
L of the season.
LA 193, Atlanta.
Well, Davis
185.
fought better in the second fight than in the first fight. So she may be figuring, I got the first one.
Round
No way you
21
take this one from me.
in the lightweight division for the LA Elite, Daniel Morales. For the Atlanta Attack, Doctress Robinson.
Here's Daniel Morales, Doctress Robinson. Amelia Moore finding out that Deshaun Prather did, in fact, hurt his hand on the punch, but also got hit in the back. As we go back to that round of number 19, where we fought with one hand.
Boy, that's a round in a minute he'll never forget. Hurts the hand, gets hit in the back, and scores a knockdown.
That sounds like a really miserable round, Amelia. Was Prather still in pain when you were talking to him?
So he's in the back right now being checked over, but it makes so much more sense that it was a hand injury, because originally when being down here on ringside, it looked like it was an eye injury, an eye scratch, so.
Yeah, I could definitely see.
We've got a lot of movement down here.
Yeah, I could definitely see how that could be the reaction from ringside, because he was squinting a lot, kind of covered up along the ropes. But Daniel Morales, in his second go-around here with Doctress Robinson, he's trying to pick up a 2-round sweep.
Hey, Amelia, I think it says a lot for Prather that he kept on battling after he had those problems.
I mean, absolutely incredible, and it makes so much more sense why he was throwing that left hook and just controlling it and not really using that backhand. but again, fighting all the way through it. I mean, we saw Ginny Fuchs later last year after she went for a world title, literally put the bone through her skin, and it's like continued to win and won a world title. It's incredible as a seasoned athlete what you're capable of pushing through.
Yeah, he did that and saved his team 2 points by scoring that late knockdown.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, he knew he had to press on the gas and get that back, and the fact that it was a split decision, you know, and got the point back from being dropped was well, I'm not being dropped, but from the injury, pretty much the kneel. So
less than a minute to go between these two. At 135 pounds, Robinson missing with a left counter. Morales, the aggressor. He's a much bigger 135-pounder as well. Just filled out more on the back and the shoulders.
This LA team has come out with the swagger and look like a team that's been well rested and anxious to perform.
LA's young guns
absolutely
earning their
blown away
keep
by
here.
the strength of Morales.
Yeah. Some good power shots punctuating these combos. Goes right there. Right at the bell. Daniel Morales believes he's in line for another win here.
Yeah, this is just whirlwind explosiveness, punch, not get hit, turn. Pretty seasoned performance. Punching all the way, not wasting a second.
LA's working on a shutout in the money rounds. Are they going to add to it? Moments away from finding out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 21 by unanimous decision from the LA Elite, Daniel Morales. Your score, LA 203, Atlanta 194. This next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 will be contested in the welterweight division. For LA, it'll be Damian Carrillo. Atlanta will exhibit Javon Davis.
Round number 22, Damian Carrillo victorious in his TCL debut earlier tonight. Back in round 12 over Ryan Martin. Different kind of beast. And Javon Davis standing in front of him here in the 22nd.
Yeah, welcome to the TCL. We'll just throw you in with a very accomplished performer. And right hand by Davis will have a room to land. He's trying to go over the jab with Carrillo. Trying to set that up. Let's see if he gets it.
As we move along here in round 22, Amelia Moore's ringside.
Hi guys, I'm ringside with Coach Manny here with the LA Elite. Just talking about right now, you guys are holding a really nice 9-point lead, closing out these rounds. Can you tell us just what is the strategy to be able to continue to hold that down? I know that probably that final round might be a little bit of concern.
It's very simple. It's one round at a time. That's all it is. One fight at a time, one round at a time. And everybody's got to think about their own fight, you know, controlling that momentum, not get excited, just ring experience, ring generalship is what's winning us the fights tonight. You know, just trying to stay calm and collective, not get overexcited.
Absolutely, and you guys just holding it down and closing it out, and hopefully winning all the rounds through the rest of the rounds of this fight.
That's it. Just like I said, it's maintaining that momentum. We got a nice little lead right now, taking care of the lead and just fighting smart. You know, one fight at a time, like I said.
Thank you so much, Coach Manny.
Thank you so much.
back to the studio.
Manny Robles with Amelia, his team up by 9. Widest margin of the night, but it's about finishing strong and honestly maintaining this large lead at this point, Dave.
Right, because of the tiebreak scenario we talked about at the top of the show, which may matter after the season is over and you're juggling for that wild card spot. LA is in a favorable position vis-a-vis Miami. So if they could catch Miami right now, if they win next week, they would get that. So the points coming into play, and for LA, this is a huge win. And why? They've had some very big performances. So Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and tonight this is a strong performance for them.
Also, Dave, speaking of strong performances, Damian Carrillo is more than holding his own against Javon Davis. I'm not saying he's winning the round. It's close.
And Javon Davis is a stalwart, and Carrillo trying to come out and become, an emerging factor here. And it's one of these things where he shows you like he's going to do nothing, and then he pops something in. He's awkward, he was gangly, and not easy to fight.
His fighter profile is tough to predict. I'll be interested to see how this one is scored as Javon Davis slaps hands with LA assistant coach Edgar Hasso. But if you are LA, you don't want to just win the last 3 rounds. You want to do it in big-time fashion so you get the points to boot.
Right, they just wrapped up the win. So that was a very significant win to get them to 3. Now you've got a 10-point lead and maybe some bonus time. And not only that, but this is a heart-lifting performance for this team. When you lose 3 in a row and then you come back gangbusters, that's big.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 22 by split decision, the Atlanta Attacks, Javon Davis. The score, LA 212, Atlanta 204. Round 23 in the cruiserweight division, LA's Juan Higuera, Atlanta's Jonathan Rice.
It was pretty comical what Javon Davis was doing there, forcing the ref to raise his hand. But I don't know. I think there was some sense of relief that he heard his name being named victorious.
When they get theatrical or when they raise the gloves, the doubt is there.
Jonathan Rice coming out with a couple of left-hand connects. Rematch of round 15. Juan Higuera won it. If you could break a fighter down inside 3 minutes, it's what Higuera is able to do to Rice in that 15th round.
And we see more and more fighters studying that, knowing that they have to do it and make quick decisions. Oh, good shot.
Right hand by Higuera. Rice says he didn't feel it, but odds are if you're responding in that manner, you probably did feel it.
I didn't feel it, but don't do it again.
Well, I felt that one, and now he's feeling these combos. Juan Higuera unloading along the ropes against Jonathan Rice. Didn't see no hand wave from Rice on that sequence. Look at the jab just snapping Rice's head back.
Trust us, that one really got in, and he's gliding right now. Look at the jab stiff and the talking.
Hand sneaks through the guard. Juan Higuera is emerging as a powerful cruiserweight for this LA Elite squad.
That was a nice right hand behind the jab because the jab came from the one side and the right hand came hidden.
Higuera is throwing these snapping jabs at will against Jonathan Rice. Under a minute to go. much can they win by? How many points can they bank as they try and fight for a playoff spot?
Coming in, they were 5 points behind Miami in the point differential. Well, right now they'd be up. So what they'd want to do is at least come out of here with more than 5, so that if they can manage to beat Dallas, the tiebreaker won't be necessary because they'll have the points already.
Beautiful flush counter shots moments ago by Higuera. And he caught him again with a left hand. This is a counter clinic by Higuera. Great round.
Yeah, he was pretty explosive. So, being tempted in, jab, right hand. That left hook was explosive, and so was this combination. Almost led to a knockdown. So he did excellent work in this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 23 by unanimous decision, Juan Higuera. The score, LA at 222, Atlanta 213. Our 24th and final money round will be in the heavyweight division. For LA, Levi DaCosta. For Atlanta, Samuel Clarkson.
There's Samuel Clarkson.
LA did a great job making sure that Clarkson's fight does not matter in this score.
You're heading into the money rounds. It was a 4-point LA lead, and lurking in the back was Davis Rice, who had his moments against Juan Higuera and Samuel Clarkson. And business was taken care of before we even got to those rounds. LA won the first 5 money rounds here. They've won 6 of the first 7.
This is their best wall-to-wall performance, probably since their opening victory against Miami, way back in early April. And it's very interesting that teams catch certain momentum waves in this league. We saw Miami go on a run. We saw Atlanta go on a run. We saw Nashville hit a wall. We've seen Boston now start to go on a run. And now it could be LA's time. You get a break, you get a couple of injuries resolved, and all of a sudden, you might find your stride.
Well, they have a 1-week respite due to Independence Day, and then the regular season finale will come on the road in Dallas on July 11th.
Well, they're going to bring a real attitude with them because they're going to need it. And for Dallas, it won't be as important. So the urgency for LA will be there like it is tonight.
If LA is able to win on the 11th of July, they will absolutely punch their ticket into the postseason. The movement by DaCosta getting out of the way from Clarkson. See the MMA style from Levi DaCosta just in his stance alone. Not to mention the cauliflower ear.
Other than those things, yeah, a few things to go. LA did themselves a big service with this performance tonight. I mean, that is a real clutch performance by a team that had its back to the wall. You take the second hottest team in the league, which is Atlanta, and you come up with this. This is uplifting for LA.
This is a team who came in again, losers of 3 in a row. Some tough decisions as well. All 3 of those losses coming by no more than 4 points. A 4-point defeat to Phoenix on May 24th. Then against the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle by 4 points. The very next week against Las Vegas again, where they fell by just 1. They put their playoff hopes on life support right there, but they bounced back this evening in Arizona, needing a win in the worst way possible, and they do it against Atlanta.
And now if they get in, they're saying, wait a minute, look what we did with Vegas. We're as good as they are.
So they are looking like a dangerous lower seed once the postseason begins. See if they can carry it into the regular season finale on July 11th.
That's going to be a dramatic final weekend for playoff spots all weekend.
Get the final tally after this round is decided.
The winner of round 24 by unanimous decision from Atlanta, Samuel Clarkson. Your final score, the LA Elite 231, the Atlanta Attack 223.
Big time performance by the LA Elite as they keep their playoff hopes alive, and they do it in impressive fashion. An 8-point win. They take down Atlanta 231-223. We'll be back with more right after this. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. LA takes it by 8. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 knockdown of the night.
Diego Dominguez, the Ghost, really put LA in a commanding position in round 10. This tremendous left hook, setting a tone for the money rounds for Los Angeles and helping to build up a big lead that this team never gave back.
They only built upon it from there. They won all but 2 of the money rounds. And let's go back inside Arizona Athletic Grounds with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the round of the night was round 20 between LA's Erica Sanchez and Atlanta's Ariel Davis. Your third star of the night, heavyweight from Atlanta, Samuel Clarkson. Your second star of the night, lightweight from Los Angeles, Diego Dominguez. And your first star of the night at lightweight from the LA Elite, Daniel Morales.
Right here.
Coach Manny, absolute congratulations on a very, very dominant performance tonight. It's pretty clear that your team always wins when you're present. Your presence is so necessary. Please tell us a little bit about what you need to do in order to secure for your next bout on July 11th.
Well, first and foremost, I'm proud of my team. Thank you guys. Thank you for TCL. And you know what? What great sportsmanship by the guys, man, on both sides. Both teams, Atlanta and LA, to go out there and give each other props and give each other respect and nothing but love. It's all, at the end of the night, it's a sport, right? Everybody wants to win, but when you show that type of respect, I mean, it says a lot. It means a lot. It should mean a lot to the league as well. And going back to what you just mentioned right now, just win one fight at a time. Just like I told my guys, it's one fight at a time, you know what I mean? And let's not think about the following round, think about right now, think about the moment, and that's exactly what they did.
Absolutely, capitalize on that moment and just secure it and bring it all the way home. Thank you again, what an amazing fight tonight. You guys did fantastic, and safe travels home.
Thank you so much. Now we got to get back to the drawing board. We got one more. We got Dallas next, and we know they're tough, so one fight at a time, guys. Let's go do it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Back to the studio. What a fantastic night tonight.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much. Let's take a look at our money round highlights brought to you by the Balance of Nature. In those money rounds, like we mentioned, LA took all but 2 of the rounds. And Gerardo Vergara and Deshaun Prather provided a lot of entertainment here in round 19.
They certainly did. Vergara with a knockdown, then Prather coming back despite having an injury, stealing 2 points back for his team with a left hook for a knockdown. That round had a lot in it.
Big time guts from Prather, excuse me, Dave, and Vergara able to get the win as we take a look at the latest TCL standings now, where Atlanta drops to 4-4, LA now 3-4. Work still left to be done for the LA Elite. Their regular season finale is on July 11th against Dallas. But as for Atlanta, now at 4-4, the regular season's in the books. They just have to sit and wait and see how the seedings pan out.
Yeah, see what went wrong tonight, regroup, try to go back. Everybody have a big night their next time. For LA, they'll see themselves on a panel. Right now, as we speak, they're in the playoffs. So we'll see what develops after that. There's a lot of excitement with the standings coming up in the next few fights.
And I think a lot of teams in this moment can draw from Manny Robles one round at a time, 3 minutes at a time here. Coming up next on Merit TV, we still have the second half of our Friday doubleheader. First place and undefeated Las Vegas Hustle take on the Phoenix Fury in the Valley of the Sun. Plenty more action to come. It is TCL Team Boxing League only on Merit TV.
We're almost like a family with Team Combat League because we're training together, we're fighting together, and we're completely in it together.
This is Austin Dulé with the Nashville Smash. TCL, format, you got to go to work. There's no time to fill out and fill around with your opponent. You got to, right as soon as the bell rings, you got to go. You only got one round to make your, leave your mark, so you got to go after it.
After a big left hand landed by Dulé, Dulé senses it, and he's trying to go to work. Win is hanging on. Dulé's had enough.
You also have to play it kind of smart because there's still science behind it, so you got to be able to box and fight.
Dulé in the white trunks with the yellow trim, and Dulé has found his mark more often here.
I always loved boxing, being around. My dad wanted to fight when he was younger, and I did judo and jiu-jitsu before boxing, and I won state in it. And originally, MMA was the goal, but once I started boxing, I fell in love with the science behind boxing, and that's where I've been ever since.
29-year-old Austin Dulé, the dream, the southpaw. Lefty from Dulé lands flush. Doctor's answering back.
You're watching TCL Team Boxing on Merit TV.
Our Friday night doubleheader from the desert. Merit TV presents TCL Team Boxing League action as the Phoenix Fury take on the Las Vegas Hustle from Arizona Athletic Grounds. And we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle and Dave Bontempo with you as we have Phoenix and Las Vegas coming up. Dave, postseason's right around the corner. We've been saying that. It feels more real when you see these two teams because this could be a potential semifinals matchup once the playoffs roll around.
It really is. They had a barn burner the first time, the fight of the year in the TCL at that time because it went overtime, not just once, but twice. We had late knockdowns to force extra sessions. We had to go 26 rounds. So this is a matchup of, hey, if you're Vegas, you're looking at this, we want to close out undefeated. You're Phoenix, you're saying, look what we've done against the best team. We are every bit a championship team, and it very well could be a semifinals. These are two teams with a lot going for them, and we can't wait to see it.
Up until last week, the overtime win that Vegas had over Phoenix, you would say that's representative of what Las Vegas is here in 2025. They find ways to win close fights, but then we see what they do last week against Philadelphia, the defending champs, and a couple of breaks went Vegas's way, but you got to credit them. Winning teams find a way to capitalize on those breaks, and what do we see? We saw a wide margin of victory over Philadelphia, a team that hadn't lost since week 4 of last season. So Vegas making a statement as we get close to the postseason. And let's take a look at some of the action from that win over Philadelphia. Rainer Salgado coming through with a victory over Paul Kroll. And also Luis Portuando shining as well.
This is as an underdog, this team came in and they smoked Philly, going across the country and coming up with a dynamic performance. That was probably the most definitive performance they've had this entire year.
And one of the big features of this Las Vegas team that probably was encapsulated in that victory over Philadelphia, 211-202, was the depth they have up and down the weight classes.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to pull away with guys like Ryan DePestre and rout Philadelphia in the money rounds on Philly's turf. So this was a great victory for Las Vegas. Now, if you're on their side, you say, hey, listen, how many times can any team go undefeated through the whole season. So regardless of the 1 seed that maybe you know that you have, you want to go out with a style here.
And for Phoenix, you know, if there's any TCL team that closely represents an NBA squad with the big three, it might be the Phoenix Fury here between Rahman Mohammed, Reiko Santana, and then Charles Pugh. Those are as good of a trio as you are going to find on a TCL roster, and it's a big reason why they are in the position they are in. Currently, the 4 seed. They want to stay in the upper bracket as the postseason comes by.
And what's made them dynamic is that they have been true to that. The big fighters have been coming through all the time. Some teams might have a couple of stars. They might even have what they consider the big three. But can you depend on them night in and night out? And with Phoenix, the answer with these guys has been yes. Now, we saw Phoenix in the very beginning, new team. Everybody was saying, well, this is just a nice team. Let's see how they progress. They could be a team that overtakes other teams at the very end. This is a team that's very much a championship caliber level.
Yeah, at one point toward the middle portion of the regular season, you could have made the argument that Phoenix was the hottest TCL team. They stubbed their toe a couple of weeks ago in a loss at Miami. As we take a look at what happened on that night, Phoenix fell 230-222 back on June the 7th, but DeAndre Pettis picked up the win in his lone round of the night. And we are going to see Pettis in action in the launch rounds going up against Rainer Salgado. That's in round 6. We'll see Pettis again in round number 23. So he'll be in 2 rounds this evening, and he won his only round 2 weeks ago against Miami. But then the resilient Charles Pugh, what a terrific battle this was. He has done a terrific job at cruiserweight for Phoenix, gets his hand raised again. And we'll see Charles Pugh twice here tonight as well. Taking a look at the latest TCL Team Boxing League standings, you see Las Vegas right at the top. They have a chance, like Dave said, to finish the regular season at 8-0. And for Phoenix, standing at 4-3, they want to be the 4th team to 5 wins. That'll probably be the separator right there, because Atlanta, like we just saw earlier this evening, they lose. Their regular season ends with just 4 wins. Think if you were able to crack that 5-win plateau, you're going to be in good positioning in that upper bracket.
That's the top tier for sure. Maybe if you get to 5 wins, you're guaranteed, or at least you think that you have a shot when you go in to get to the semifinals. You know, for Phoenix, as we've watched this team all year too, up and down, 4-4 would be pretty disappointing for them, considering how much talent they've shown us in the victories that they've had. So I'm thinking they come out with a purpose to prove a point.
Be very interesting to see. They are the home squad as well, defending their home ring. Let's take a look at the launch rounds and the fight card there. I tell you what, round number 1 is a terrific matchup between 2 young women who are standout amateurs in Castaneda and Nakajiri as well. Oswald Caballero, a great fighter for Las Vegas, taking on a fighter in Noah Norman who's making his debut. But Dave, which round are you focused on most as we get going with these launch rounds?
We saw it in the highlights. Pettis in round 6. That's going to be the one that we watch for the launch rounds. And there are going to be a few that are just below that cusp, because these teams have some history. They went back and forth. So, yeah, that's our launch rounds. And then the money rounds, we're going to see who has the heart.
All right, let's go back ringside over at Arizona Athletic Grounds in Mesa. 3rd member of our broadcast crew, it's Amelia Moore. We saw her in the first half of our doubleheader, getting all of the interviews and the insight. And, well, Amelia, we want your opinion now as we get started with these launch rounds. Dave highlighted round 6. Which round are you focused on, rounds 1 through 8, as we get going between Phoenix and Las Vegas?
Absolutely. I was actually looking at the ladies. Florencia is going to be in there with Tiara Brent. And I know that Florencia brings so much energy. She's very strong. She has lots of seasoning. Obviously, Tiara is a Muay Thai kickboxing. She was an Olympic participant, though Muay Thai itself is not in the games yet. But, I mean, she's also like a 5-time world champion. So I'm always excited to see what that brings, that dynamic is going to bring. I'm very excited for that. I think it's round 4, if I'm not mistaken, but just calling the rounds out. But as of right now, I'm absolutely looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, it's round 3, Amelia, and I tell you what, Tiara Brandt is in action twice tonight.
Perfect.
She has Florencia first. Then she has the former WBA bantamweight champ in Jamie Mitchell. Tara Brandt, relative newcomer here to the TCL, but she's going to be counted on here. What is it like when you have the onus on you to perform in 2 rounds against 2 different opponents? Is that like the maximum amount of work for a TCL fighter on a given night?
You know, honestly, I think it's kind of exciting. You get to make adjustments. I mean, given if you go back in there with the same person, that person specifically making adjustments for you, you get to go in there with somebody new. Even if they study you, they haven't been in the ring with you, so that energy is very different. And Jamie Mitchell is scrappy. I've known Jamie forever. I mean, we were in the 2015 Olympic trials. She fought 112 at the time, but I mean, that's going to be, I'm excited for that round too. But yeah, I would say, I kind of, personally for myself, like I look forward to being able to have that adjustment and do something fresh, like seeing a new opponent. It's like round robin with sparring. I always enjoy days like that, for sure.
It's quick turnaround for Tiara as well. Round 3 in the launch rounds, round 10 against Jamie Mitchell, the former champ, in the middle rounds. Amelia, we'll talk to you later on as we get going with the rounds here, but we hear some of the teams backstage eager to make their ring walks as we get going between these 2 teams in Las Vegas and Phoenix. We'll take one break. When we come back, we will meet both squads as the Phoenix Fury tries to solidify its positioning in the postseason. Vegas aiming to become an 8-0 squad when it's all said and done in the regular season. Ring walks, launch rounds, all next. Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Getting ready for Las Vegas and Phoenix over in Arizona, but a quick reminder to TCL Team Boxing League fans, it is time to hear your voice. You can select this season's award recipients by voting for who you think deserves this season's honors. Just go to Team Combat League /vote or scan the QR code on your screen right now to cast your vote. Right now you can vote for Rookie of the Year, Most Resilient Fighter as well. More categories are coming each week as we get closer to the postseason, and we won't get back inside the studios here. All right, Rookie of the Year. I mean, we discussed this right before our first bout of the night between Atlanta and Los Angeles, and we highlighted some names that we made mention of, and we were talking about some girls from San Antonio.
Yes.
But when we get closer to the regular season finale weekend, that's July 11th, July 12th, we're going to be seeing a Dallas team that's going to be in a fight against LA. Jack Sambiaku. I mean, this is a 21-year-old from Africa, former African champion who has lit the TCL on fire. Out of the Texas trio, there are so many to choose from. It's really impressive to think that, well, out of those 3, Dallas looks like the only playoff team at the moment. Hard to believe there with some of this young talent.
And sometimes the rookies shine even when the teams will not make the playoffs. The good thing about this is we've been at this now since April. End of June now. Take a look at some of these names. Jury Rodriguez from the San Antonio team, Latia Williams, people that you have mentioned as well, Justin. What's great about this is we're seeing how fighters blossom. In other words, even back in April, coaches were saying, well, I hope I get this out of this fighter. I hope I get that. But what you're seeing now, there are some fighters that nobody ever saw. The coaches did not expect for them to go this far. But that's the whole blossoming process. Some people just step on the gas and go, maybe even more than they thought they were going to do it. And as far as the people voting on it, well, what did you see? What did you watch? What fight were you watching? What impressed you the most? And that's the beauty of voting on things like this.
I'll tell you what, one of the candidates you're going to be seeing in a matter of moments in Dislan Gainza for Las Vegas. We love when David Hayes starts up that chant. What do? We hustle. And Dislan Gainza kind of embodies that hustle aspect when he goes inside the rings. He makes life really tough for his opponents. And I tell you what, we didn't highlight it in the launch rounds here, but Gainza going up against Rahman Muhammad, that is a peach of a matchup.
It really is. And Gainza also has been a guy that they've counted on in the money rounds to come up with big wins for them. That's a lot for a young fighter. This is a guy that has come through, and the Las Vegas team is filled with Cinderella-type stories like this. So, yeah, there are a lot of premium matchups that we're looking forward to tonight. That is one of them. And when you look up and down here, there are now some fighters that, because we've seen them come together over the last 3 months, now these are natural matchups that we really can't wait to see.
So we will see Gainza and Muhammad later on in this launch round phase. Plenty of juicy matchups with some high-profile fighters between Vegas and Phoenix. We're going to meet the two teams as they are ready to make their ring walks, and then it is straight to action in the launch rounds. Vegas, Phoenix, next. Let's go inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arizona Athletic Grounds for Team Combat League. A big thank you to the Arizona State Boxing and MMA Commission, along with Executive Director Danny Vella, for hosting tonight's event. Also, Chairman is Scott Fletcher. Another big thank you to our fine sponsors here this evening. Climax Moonshine number 32, known to bring the heat. Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events, and Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the visiting, the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle.
There you see the best team in TCL Team Boxing League. The 7-0 Las Vegas Hustle off their victory over the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke last week, 211-202. They are the current top seed. They are trying to complete an 8-0 regular season, and they are trying to remind Phoenix it was no fluke. Their overtime thriller back in May went to the rightful winner.
There's been a certain magic about this team all year, emanating from the coach and then down to the athletes, and then their ability to come up big in the big fights in the money rounds.
Las Vegas Hustle, the head coach, Big D, David Hayes. Bantamweight, Natalia Castañeda. former Pan American Games World Series of Boxing and multi-time Cuban national champion, Osval Caballero. Super lightweight, Florencia La Matona Britos. Lightweight, Aiden Garcia. Welterweight, Dislan Gainza. Super welterweight, Reiner Salgado. Middleweight, Luis Rafael Portuando Cala. Heavyweight, Heinrich Ruiz Cordoba. Former WBA bantamweight champion of the world, featherweight, Jamie Mitchell. Multi-time Cuban and Russian national champion, lightweight, Yusnel Abreante. Multi-time Cuban national champion, welterweight, Darian Castro. Super middleweight, beg your pardon, Diane, the Cuban sniper de Pestre. Light heavyweight, Jorge Luis Moroccan Sotolongo. Cruiserweight, Jordan Fuentes Castañeda. And heavyweight, Kai Brooks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hometown Phoenix Fury.
Hey, Sonny, man, let them know what it is.
Hey, my boy. We're not here to blend in. We're here to stand out. Yeah, buddy.
Hope you ready, cause we coming. Yeah, we coming. Phoenix Fury, we ain't running. We ain't running. Lace them up, let's get the junkin'. Not no pushing, not no shoving. We gon' show you how we coming. Let's get ready to fight.
There is the current 4 seed in the TCL postseason, and the Phoenix Fury would like to keep it that way. They've won 2 of 3 since that overtime loss to Vegas on May the 10th, but they slipped it at Miami back on June the 7th, 230-222. They fell behind after round 3 and never recovered. So we'll see how they respond if they fall into an early deficit this evening.
Go Phoenix, go Phoenix, go Phoenix.
Dave, they may be the 4 seed, but they are the number 1 seed when it comes to ring walks. Between paraphernalia, music, they have all the props.
I was just thinking that coming in there, look at the uniform look with the masks. What movie is going to break out here? Friday the 27th.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the Phoenix Fury. The head coach is Sonny Gutierrez. Bantamweight, Nayusha Nakajiri. Featherweight, Noah Norman. Featherweight, Tierra Brent. Lightweight, Jose Rodriguez. Welterweight, Rahman Muhammad. Super welterweight, DeAndre Dixie Animal Pettis. Middleweight, Raquel Brown. Heavyweight, Elisha Akana. Lightweight, Andre Ewell. Welterweight, Jacob McCoy. Super middleweight, Raiko El Corojo Santana. Light heavyweight, Andrew Hernandez. Cruiserweight, Charles CP the Champ Pugh. And heavyweight, Cesar Navarro. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the launch rounds.
Round number 1 coming up between two bantamweights. Two women going at it.
For the launch rounds, round 1 for Las Vegas, it is Natalia Castañeda. For Phoenix, Nayusha Nakajiri.
Nakajiri made her TCL debut on June 7th with a win over Evelyn Romo. And for Natalia Castañeda, making her TCL debut tonight, 21-year-old out of Kansas City, Missouri, stands at 5 feet 1 inch. Nakajiri, meanwhile, 28-year-old out of Vancouver, born in Iran. She's compiled a 3-0 record in regular boxing since turning pro around this time last year. She fights under Danny Swift's promotion company, and Castañeda in the black fight kit. Pretty active out of the gate as we begin our night, Dave.
Yeah, I remember seeing Danny Swift Garcia as a young up-and-coming fighter. Now as a promoter, going right through the ranks. We've seen several fighters be successful with that.
They're going at it. Castañeda dropping Nakajiri. How about that for a TCL debut? Boy, nasty from Natalia.
She sensed it, and then the big booming left hand came through. And she senses that she can do more here.
Nakajiri perhaps in trouble. Castañeda, an Olympic qualifier as recently as 2023. Ahead of her debut, she said that she wants to stay busy here as she begins her traditional pro boxing career as well. She's 2-0 there. She's fought the same opponent twice, about 8 months apart, which is rather unusual, but she's just trying to get work here. And man, would the rich get richer if they're able to have a stopper at bantamweight?
Yeah, what a terrific start for her. And she's had the sense of lining up the big power shot, not being anxious, but waiting, landing a good pulverizing body shot, and she caught her opponent not quite settled in when she scored the knockdown.
You know, when we saw Nayusha Nakajiri make her debut, she was loose, she looked confident. She just doesn't look, she looks out of control here in this opening round.
Yeah, and she was standing right in front of Castañeda before she got dropped with the knockdown blast. And just never got into the fight real quick.
End of round 1, Natalia Castañeda with some extra points being put on the board in her TCL debut.
Talk about flying out of the gate. A 10-8 to start it. Take a look right away. The big booming left hand comes right in and then follows it up. The veteran's experience knowing opportunity knocks, you have to storm through that door. The big shot had opened it up, and rather than let her opponent get settled in, she came in with the quick follow-up. That's how 10-9 became 10-8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 1 via unanimous decision, 10-8. It is Las Vegas' Natalia Castañeda. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Las Vegas will feature Osvaldo Caballero. Phoenix has Noah Norman.
Natalia Castaneda and Ayusha Nakajiri will do it again in round 9. A chance for Nakajiri to even the score, Castaneda to earn even more points. Here it's Osvel Caballero, 29-year-old Cuban featherweight, who's been sensational here. 11-3 on the season, taking on a newcomer in Noah Norman. And this is his season debut in the regular season finale for Phoenix. He fought once last year, and now he's in for 2 rounds against Caballero tonight. He's pressing the action.
You're going to find out right away how good he is, because you're going to go in right against the best and see where you measure up.
Norman in the silver trunks for the Fury. Caballero in the black for Vegas.
And some of this can be coaches trying out their own team, seeing who might emerge at a particular weight class. Do you have any diamonds in the rough? And you can take a couple of chances and find some open slots when you know you're going to be in the playoffs. And, Norman trying to make his coaches look good for that decision.
That right hand from Noah Norman, using it as more than just a range finder.
I like the fact it came right behind that quick jab.
Caballero razor sharp with that curl around left, getting it right around the guard of Noah Norman.
Deceptive looping right hand by Caballero. Would have been terrific if it landed, but it was well shielded. It didn't land, but it came right behind the jab.
Norman being told to stop holding against Caballero.
That's the first sign that you know things are not going the way you want.
And now Norman on the retreat. He's moving his feet, and now his feet are planted firmly on the canvas along with his knees. Caballero with a knockdown in round 2. Las Vegas off and running in the desert.
Plus, he was tossed there as well. That's going to be an interesting look at that replay. As Caballero was disgusted with the holding by Norman, and he flung him.
More seconds to go. Caballero acknowledging the body. Vegas earning extra points in the first 2 rounds.
Like the veteran, he stood up in the last minute and a half that Caballero, and the jab got in. Let's take a look at where the 10-9 became 10-8. Coming after him. Boom, the right hand. Now look here. See, I don't think that's a knockdown. He's got him here. He did hurt him, but watch. He's got him, he's got him, he's got him. Oh, then the sneaky right hand behind there, and that's what qualified. The second look gives us the answer there. But he was throwing him down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by unanimous decision via 10-8. It goes to the Las Vegas Hustle, Osvel Caballero. Through 2 rounds, Las Vegas leads 20 to Phoenix's 16. Round 3 in the featherweight division, Las Vegas will feature Florencia Barajas Britos. Phoenix will have Tierra Brent.
Britos and Brandt in round 3, a pair of featherweights. Britos 4-2 on the season. She is going for her 20th career win in the TCL, 19-5. 26-year-old, originally from Montevideo, Uruguay. Now lives and trains in Vegas. You heard Amelia Moore at the top of the broadcast document the resume of Tierra Brandt, who is 1-5. She made her TCL debut 4 weeks ago against a career 21-10 fighter in LA's Lizette Lopez. She earned a 2-round split, Dave, to earn one of the Fight of the Night honors, and then since then she's lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, but just came in with the dynamite and has had tough competition ever since then, but that was a big performance by her. What a way to come out. And the beauty about the league is, okay, you may have a 1-5 record, but yeah, you were a fighter of the night once. And there's something to build on with that. And why she's having some trouble building on that in this fight is that she's leaving her left hand out there when the jab is being flicked out and she's being caught behind that.
It's like one window is open, allowing Florencia to go right in. And another quick right hand. Good stabbing jab to the body from Florencia Perez-Britos.
And she has timed Brandt very well. After the jab, then Britos is firing her right hand. So for Brandt, what would help her if she could commit to 2 punches at one time, because if she can't, then she'll get caught on that in-between shot.
Britos eats a shot in order to come back in with a nice combo. Bringing that left hand closer to her, but still not close enough.
Now, and when she punches with the one jab, for her, she'd like to spring it to her right hand behind that so that she could protect against the counter. But what's happening for Brandt is one punch out, and then there's an opening for Britos because Brandt is not bringing it back fast enough. That's just something that you keep working on in the gym, and you hope it will come to you.
Best sequence of the round for Tierra Brandt right there.
We saw the 2-punch combination. She didn't get hit.
We're seeing a seasoned fighter in the 26-year-old Britos. Now will she be able to fight her way out of the corner as Brandt catches some heat here in the final seconds, but look at Britos fight back.
Yeah, Brandt found something at the end of the round, but she had been behind, so the question is, will this be enough? Britos catching her flush, ducking down, and see, there was a good 5-punch combination by Brandt when she committed. You got to look at it from this side. When she committed to more than one, she blocked the counter, and then she was able to unload with a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 3 by unanimous decision. Las Vegas is Florencia Perez-Britos. The score, Las Vegas 30, Phoenix 25. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. At lightweight for the Las Vegas Hustle, Aidena Garcia. For Phoenix, Jose Rodriguez.
Here we go, round 4 at lightweight. Aiden Garcia and Jose Rodriguez. They meet right in the middle of the ring. Glad to have you with us here on our Friday night TCL doubleheader, along with Dave Bontempo and the third member of our crew, Amelia Moore. I'm Justin Shackle. And Amelia, pretty lively in there, as there are a lot of fans, a lot of family and friends, I feel, backing this Phoenix Fury squad as they come to fight.
Just crazy down here. I don't know if you can hear the crowd, but my gosh, the crowd's going crazy. All of these fights so far have been, the energy is just unreal.
Jose Rodriguez coming out with a spark against the winless Aiden Garcia, is trying to answer back for Phoenix.
It's been quite an early statement on the road for Las Vegas, Amelia.
One more time, apologies. Like I said, it is so loud.
It's a good problem to have right now.
That's right. Quite an early statement to this night for Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they've already have that. They have 4-point lead just coming out of the gate for round 1, round 2. Great. It's amazing.
Jose Rodriguez's
Things
team.
are electric down here right now.
There's a lot to cheer for with Jose Rodriguez. He is pasting Aiden Garcia with that lead left hand.
And we talk about that atmosphere. If Phoenix starts to put a couple victories on the board, you'll hear it even more.
Yeah, Phoenix is definitely fighting with the veracity to want to come back from having lost 3 rounds so far. They really, this is a team that we already know over and over again have proved to have such a fighting spirit, and they do not like losing in front of their home crowd.
They always have good turnouts when they're fighting at home. Phoenix, that area in the Valley, just a terrific boxing city.
That is one of the loudest venues in the league, too.
Jose Rodriguez putting the hurt on Aiden Garcia, now bloodying him up inside the final 30 seconds. This has been a one-way show in round 4.
Jose doing a great job of cutting the ring down, maintaining the pressure.
Jose Rodriguez let the hands fly. And he is likely in the win column here.
Really did a great job. Right hand from a distance, even though each one, good jab. Right hand there causes the cut. And you see the momentum being unleashed by him as he tries to give Phoenix victory number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 4 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Jose Rodriguez. Round 5 will be contested in the welterweight division. For Las Vegas, it is Dislan Gainza. Phoenix will feature Rahman Muhammad.
Here we go with round number 5. Dislan Gainza, Rahman Muhammad. This is an interesting round and a matchup to watch because both will go their separate ways in fighting multiple rounds later tonight. Muhammad will be in round 18, Gainza in round 22. 2 standouts up and down these rosters. And another standout here for this Las Vegas team, an emerging heavyweight as we move toward the postseason. It's Kai Brooks, and Amelia is standing with Kai.
Hi, fam. I'm down ringside with Kai Brooks. Staying out of here. This is your second event with TCL. I don't know if it's so loud right now, so I apologize if I'm screaming into your ear. Your second event with TCL, how do you like it so far compared to the pros? This is a great team to be with, first of all, but I won't throw too many questions at you. How has it been going so far?
Everything's been going great. It took, just a little bit of time to adjust, but now I think I'm getting the hang of it, so, I'm going to speed things up a little bit.
All right. you know, and I noticed from you, you have such great energy. You look like a really, really gung-ho type fighter. Like, you're here for it. It seems like you're enjoying it. How has the team been as far as, like, the camaraderie? You guys are doing so well this season.
Even though there is a language barrier, we seem to make it work, and everybody likes to pump each other up, so we're just going to keep doing that.
You have to learn some Spanish here and there. Me too.
Oh, definitely. I got to get on the Duolingo.
I feel like there should be a sponsorship somewhere. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Good luck in your upcoming rounds. I'm really looking forward to it. You have such great energy, man. It's very exciting to watch you fight.
Thank you so much.
Back to the studio, guys.
And Kai Brooks in round 16 coming up later tonight. Look at that Cuban flow up and down that Las Vegas corral for sure, including the man in the ring right now, Dislan Gainza, 9-1 fighter going up against Rahman Muhammad, who is impressing in his first season. 7-1-1 with a knockout as well. He's won 5 straight.
Yeah, he's been one of the top performers on this team. Emerging, fighting with a lot of confidence.
This is a rematch for May 10th. Muhammad took down Gainza, and Dislan has won 6 straight since losing to Rahman. Can he exact revenge and offset that lone defeat here?
Rahman firing lead right hands, trying to throw some double left hooks in and then throw some interesting looks in. These guys put up a good effort.
Again, these two fighters in action in the money rounds, albeit against different opponents. Muhammad will take on Darian Castro. Gainza will go up against a newcomer at 147 pounds, Jacob McAlooey.
Get a look at the explosiveness and the animated appearance of Rahman Muhammad. Will this be enough?
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 5 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Rahman Muhammad.
Yes, it will. Helps cleaning.
The
Phoenix
score, Las
back.
Vegas 48, Phoenix 45. Our next round here in the launch rounds is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 in the super welterweight division. Las Vegas has Reiner Diaz Salgado. Phoenix will showcase DeAndre Pettis.
Underway with round 6, Salgado in the black trunks for Vegas, Pettis in the silver for Phoenix. Pettis has dropped 4 of his last 5. And Salgado enters at 3-10 after splitting a pair of rounds against Philadelphia's Paul Kroll.
And yet they made an important juncture here with Phoenix having taken the last 2, trying to get back within 2 points after the explosive start by Las Vegas, 2 10-8s to start the action.
Right hand landing from Salgado. And another one just kind of pumping it in.
Good body shot from Pettis. Each fighter tried to make the other one make the mistake.
It's been a chess match in the middle of the ring. They punch with one another. Pettis would like to get to 500 to close out his regular season. They meet again in round 23.
Pettis landing some significant right hands here.
He and Phoenix trying to rip off a third straight victory here in the lunch rounds.
It is important to get back into it for your Phoenix.
You know they have the crowd behind them at the Arizona Athletic Grounds. It's been like that all 2025 for this Phoenix squad. Perhaps having revenge on the mind after falling just short on May the 10th.
All right, so Pettis on the outside takes one there, lands a good stiff right hand. That was one of his better efforts in that round. Neither fighter able to sustain with combinations, so who wins the chess match?
We are moments away from finding out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 6 via split decision from Las Vegas, Reiner Diaz-Salgado. The score, Las Vegas 58, Phoenix 54. Round 7 in the middleweight division. For Las Vegas, it'll be Luis Rafael Portuondo Calam. For Phoenix, Raquel Brown.
Portuondo and Raquel Brown. Two middleweights here in round number 7. Portuondo now 4-3 after stopping Philly's Damian Tinarello last week. Also has won 3 out of 4 over Gerardo Vergara of LA. Brown, meanwhile, 2-1 after making his TCL debut June 1st.
And momentum is contagious, especially on the individual level. So for Brown, having won 3 out of 4 and getting a stoppage, he's been coming out heavy-handed here, trying to get another one. And he's also leaving himself open to be drilled.
It's actually a dangerous place to live. You wonder the strategy. Is it because the team is down? Is it because that's the individual mindset he's keeping? Is he thinking team? Is he thinking for himself? I mean, you have to obviously have a mix of both. But he is leaving himself exposed against a fighter like Portuondo.
As he gets nailed with the left hook. I think a lot of this is individual. The team aspect is there. Maybe it comes into play in your mind a little bit more in the money rounds. But you're just coming out of the shoot at your first time. You're full of adrenaline. And I think that's where his effort has been taking him. Dangerous as it is, but it's an entertaining slugfest.
So far, the more controlled shots coming from Luis Rafael Portuondo. Another Cuban native, originally from Guantanamo, now resides in Las Vegas. He's fought in Cuba and in Russia in traditional boxing. Hasn't had a bout yet in the U.S. in traditional boxing.
Well, this Vegas team is loaded with Cuban fighters and schooled Cuban fighters. That tells you a lot. One reason for their success. Great training, toughness coming over.
Also shows what they're capable of when they're comfortable.
Yes. They're not having to swim for survival to come on over. I mean, there's been a lot of those stories. And then when you go to fight after that, you faced a lot worse already. But up and down over the years, Cuban fighters are so well schooled. Rondo gets this, it's his patience and his schooling that come to the top.
Yeah, this has been a slug exchange, and it could have been way uglier if Portuondo wanted to play the style that Brown was giving to him, but he showed some discipline, even though they were throwing down some wrecking balls back and forth.
He didn't want to play the entire dice game. So there's a big shot now and then, but he was able to land a few more short punches, crisp to the point, gives himself some distance, and then he can fire some more. So that was somebody smart enough to avoid an all-or-nothing brawl.
TCL fans, the winner of round 7 by split decision. For Las Vegas, Luis Rafael Portuondo Gala. The score, Las Vegas 68, Phoenix 63. Our final launch round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. At heavyweight for Las Vegas, Jaire Cordoba. For Phoenix, Elijah Akana.
All right, round number 8. Final of the launch rounds. It's Eric Cordoba and Elijah Akana. Akana for Phoenix in the silver trunks, Cordoba in the black for Vegas, both having quality seasons at the heavyweight weight class. Another talented Cuban fighter is Cordoba, 6'3" southpaw. And Akana, who is nicknamed War Chief, he's a 6'3" fighter with a 78-inch reach out of Honolulu, Hawaii.
So the War Chief can make the war to his liking by using that reach and then step behind the jab and land a powerful shot. It's been a good night for Las Vegas on the extremes. 2 10-8s, which is big, and 2 split decision victories. A lot of points in those 4 examples for Las Vegas.
Cordoba showing a solid guard and then a quick release on offense.
Yeah, that left hand comes right behind the stiff right hand. And the reason you can do that is the initial jab is powerful enough that it can either drive your opponent back, setting up a shot like that, or at least distract him so that the big shot behind the jab can get in.
Almost got out of the way, but Cordoba delivering a crusher with a minute to go, and he puts Akana down. He got out of the way of the first one. The next one landed flush.
We've been talking about how sneaky fast that left hand is. from Cordoba and behind the jab, and you don't see it coming.
Now what can Cordoba do in the final 40? He's already rocked Takana. Can he do it again? And close out this launch round with more additional points. 2 10-8 rounds to begin the night. 2 split decisions going Vegas' way as well.
And now a third big development. He's put Akana into stress positions moment after moment in this fight.
They are scheduled to go again in round number 20. Cordoba one big land away from that not being the case, but it looks like we will head to a rematch in round number 20. And Cordoba ends the launch rounds with extra points for Las Vegas.
So it will end the way it begins for Vegas, with a 10-8, and that was the big shot we were talking about, how that left hand was so well disguised and then comes out of nowhere with the power coming through the hips. So that's a big guy with terrific instincts, and you just have to love the leverage and the balance that he had in that sequence.
Fight fans, the winner of round 8 via unanimous decision, 10-8. It goes to Las Vegas's Heinrich Cordoba. At the end of the launch rounds, Las Vegas leads Phoenix 78-71.
Vegas coming away with some stellar performances in the launch rounds, and at the end of the first 8, they are building a sizable cushion at 7-0. Right now in the driver's seat as we head to the middle rounds, up 78-71 over the hometown Phoenix Fury. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Las Vegas already up by 7 through the launch rounds, ahead 78-71 over the Phoenix Fury as we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. I tell you what, these two teams, we know and we've documented it, they fought really close in early May to an overtime thriller, probably one of the best events of the regular season here thus far, but maybe Las Vegas is just growing with confidence after what transpired last Friday, because they look like an unstoppable group through the first 8 tonight.
You look at what they did against Philadelphia and look at tonight with a domineering performance with 10-8s in the start and 10-8s to finish that. This is a team on an incredible roll, getting performances from first-time players, a team that has hit its stride. And we have to wonder, is this the best team in the league, showing a little bit more than they have in the past? And they really have hit a stride right now.
Let's take a look at the launch round highlights presented to you by the Balance of Nature. And right out of the gate, extra points. The hustle doing just that. Natalia Castaneda making her TCL debut and dropping Nayusha Nakajiri, earning herself extra points in her debut. We're going to see them again kick off the middle rounds. Dave, round 2, same story.
And Caballero said, can I duplicate that? Don't mind if I do. And Caballero would give a 10-8 with that little exclamation of the right hand there and giving Vegas 2 10-8s to start. You don't see that very often.
He dispatched Noah Norman, and we will see that matchup lead off the money rounds. But first, it's a look at the middle round fight card. Again, Castaneda, Nakajiri coming up immediately. Then you have Jamie Mitchell, the former WBA champ, in action in her lone round of the night against Tara Brandt, who we saw. Yusnel Abrahante, maybe one of those unsung heroes for Las Vegas. One of the overlooked fighters along their terrific depth. Big reason why they are 7-0. But what round are you watching for here in the middle rounds?
I like DePestre and Santana. That's a good one. That's the top fighters from both teams, and we have seen both of them on a roll. And so we're going to see where they meet. Will it be a momentum buster for one of these teams, or will it just be a star-studded shot?
And DePestre's come up huge in recent weeks. He's won 8 of his last 9. Right goes Santana, 11-0 with a knockout as well. That's coming up in round 13. Let's get to the action as the middle rounds get going. Back to Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the middle rounds between Las Vegas and Phoenix. We start off at 118 pounds for Las Vegas. It is Natalia Castaneda. Phoenix will showcase Nayusha Nakajiri.
You're Castaneda, you might as well go for it right again. Try to pick up where you left off their first fight.
What kind of offensive strike will Castaneda bring? What kind of adjustments will we see from Nakajiri?
You see the first adjustment attempted from Nakajiri, going southpaw, trying to lean forward more, not be standing straight up as she was in that first fight. Castaneda is a stronger fighter when you look at the build of them.
Castaneda faced some TCL fighters in the amateurs, fighters like Yadele Medeiros and Julie Rodriguez, Paige Gilbert. I'll tell you what, more than ever this season, it feels like TCL has kind of become the place for young women who are standout amateurs and are just getting started with their pro careers. Can lay a nice foundation in this league.
So AC Bryant told us early in the season, he said, you have to go and look for top females. It will be a separator for you. It's a big part of your team. And he has 2 excellent women on his team. Despite their record, he has succeeded there. And we're seeing so many good women fighters, whether it's Jury, Latia Williams, Ariel Davis we talked about, who has her first loss now. Stasia Suttles, excellent fighter. And Amelia Moore broke her nose in the first week, but she's an excellent fighter. I mean, we like having her here with us, but nonetheless, a top fighter for the Boston Butchers.
Just over a minute to go in round number 9. As Vegas tries to close out the regular season at 8-0. They picked off Philadelphia, handed the smoke. Their first defeat last week since week 4 of last season.
And did it convincingly in Philadelphia. They even overcame the dog. We had that the flashing signal, the dog calling out Vegas, yeah, come on over, you've got no shot. And they did that impressively. So they've rolled that over. Nakajiri has tried to make the adjustments by switching styles and trying to let her hands go more. She hasn't been able to get too much offense going, but she has improved over the last fight. Question is, was it enough?
TCL fans, round 9, the winner by unanimous decision from the Las Vegas Hustle, Natalia Castañeda. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. At the moment, your score, Las Vegas 88, Phoenix 80. Round 10 in the featherweight division for Las Vegas. Former world champion Jamie Mitchell. For Phoenix, Tierra Brent.
Second round of the night for Tierra Brant. The four-time Muay Thai national champ taking on the former WBA World Bantamweight champ in Jamie the Miracle Mitchell. And Mitchell is 1-0 here this season. She hadn't been in action since April 19th until she was scheduled to box Rashida Ellis twice last week. But less than a minute into that first round, Mitchell and Ellis, they clashed heads. Ellis suffered a deep cut, ruled out for the rest of the night. Their fight ruled a no contest. And you just have to wonder what the status of Rashida Ellis will be for Philadelphia going into the playoffs.
Yeah, a deep cut like that is going to cause a lengthy layoff, usually more than a month. So it might be one of those things where if your team stays alive long enough, maybe you fight in the finals, but that's all how quickly you come along medically and what the doctors say.
In that moment, it kind of set an ominous tone for the defending champs, Dave. And I think you even saw it on the face of Mitchell when it happened. She knew what happened right away. You could tell she looked like she felt that was so unfortunate. I don't know if she felt bad or not in the spirit of competing, but I think that competitive spirit wanted her longed her wanting more in terms of getting the full battle out between her and Rashida. Obviously, it wasn't going to happen. Kind of just put a damper for the rest of the night for Philadelphia.
Yeah, because that's one of their star performers, and to have it short-circuited like that is deflating. And, you know, we have had less of that overall up and down the league than you might have thought going in, considering how aggressive some of the fighters are, how we've seen the heads come together. There have been some injuries, but not a whole lot, but that's one that was noteworthy.
Jamie Mitchell in full control here in round 10. Mitchell won her world title back in late 2021. She's had Dewey Cooper, TCL league president, in her corner, winning and defending the world title in her regular boxing career. She's been through it all. And now Tierra Brant caught alive near the end of round number 10, making things interesting.
interesting here.
The Tierra Branch showing you some things. I talked about in her last fight that if she could get her timing down and let her hands go, then she'll have something to work with there. And she's giving you a burst of what she's going to show you maybe next year as she gets more comfortable with it. She took some shots here as Mitchell fighting very strong off the ropes. And why is she strong off the ropes? Because of the way the weight transfers through the hips. So she does that and was successful. And then Brandt, at the end, sensing she had to finish strong, put it all out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 10 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Jamie Mitchell. Your score, Las Vegas 98, Phoenix 89. Round 11 of the middle rounds in the lightweight division. For Las Vegas, it is Yusnel Abriante. Phoenix will showcase Andre Ewell.
Well, pending overtime, Yusnel Abrahante and Andre Ewell are in their lone rounds of the night here in the 11th at 135 pounds. Earlier in the launch rounds, we saw Rahman Muhammad pick up his 8th win of the season. Very talented welterweight for the Phoenix Fury, and Amelia Moore standing with Rahman Muhammad.
I'm down here with Brock Muhammad after a really another great round. I'm telling you, man, your talent just keeps blossoming over and over again. But I have to just mention, like, you and Tierra are very close teammates. Can you just comment on what just went down in the ring in there?
I mean, it was a hell of a performance by both women. I know them both, Jamie and T, but I know me and T go way back, you know, since we were a little tight. So, but I mean, an incredible performance from both of them, a war, absolute war.
It was just crazy exciting. And then just to speak a little bit on you, you are up for Rookie of the Year, which I believe is so well deserved. I'm glad you're on the list.
I'm trying to follow in your footsteps.
Trying to follow my footsteps. 25 meets 24. What's up? What's up? No, but really just closing out the year, you guys just have a couple more fights, I think, after this. Just talk to me about, or talk to the audience about what you want to do and what you see yourself, how you want to finish this season out.
Honestly, truth be told, for me personally, individually, I just want to keep improving and being the best me I can be. But as a team, I want to see us, you know, make it all the way to the championship. So we're going to keep working, and y'all going to see what comes of it.
I love it. This team's always has so much fire. You guys are named Fury for a reason. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to seeing you in your next round tonight and seeing how that Rookie of the Year plays out at the end of the year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having us. Back to the studio.
Dave, I tell you what, Rahman Muhammad, he gave a conventional player speak answer from a team aspect. I think it's the TCL concept, it grows on you and it forces you to think differently as a fighter. Yeah, you as a rookie, yeah, you want to get better, but personally, it's the opposite message we usually hear from a traditional fighter. What do you want to improve upon? Man, I want to win everything. I want to go undefeated. I want to fight a champion next. That's what you usually hear, right? No, it's a team attitude here.
Yes, and I think that that's good for the fighters because it really takes a lot of individual pressure off of them. When fighters say, I have to get to the top, I have to do that, well, that is a stock answer, and that's what they're supposed to feel, but that's also what their management's telling them. That's what is going to play in the media.
It's also what a boxer isn't used to saying.
But when you go to the team aspect, you're saying, yeah, it's about more than myself. It's about something bigger than myself. And I think that takes a lot of the pressure off the fighters and can allow them to improve because there are a lot of people around them, a lot of coaches around them, a lot of support around them. And you get a big win, and look what can happen for your team. We've seen 3 or 4 instances this year where fighters who did not have good records at all got one win, got a win for their team. And so on a given night, you could shine.
Yusnel Everhante and Andre Ewell. Needed a couple of extra seconds to cool down. A spirited battle in round number 11, and we'll get the final ruling between these two.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of round 11. A unanimous decision in favor of Las Vegas's Yusnel Everhante. The score, Las Vegas 108, Phoenix 98. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 will be contested in the welterweight division. Las Vegas trots out Darian Castro. For Phoenix, it is Jacob Makaloloy.
There is Darian Castro in the black trunks. Jacob Makaloloy is a 5'6" southpaw out of San Diego. And he is making his TCL debut right now. He is 9-0 with 4 knockouts in traditional boxing. Last fought in November. Castro going for his 20th career TCL victory tonight. 19-2 all time. He's won 9 straight rounds, part of an 11-1 mark on this season.
In that vein, he got 2 wins the last time these two teams fought. Abrahanye also had a big night, so did DePestre. And every bit of it was needed that first time in that double overtime thriller. Vegas has been exceptionally strong at the top of the order tonight. The launch rounds, first 3 victories for Vegas. Middle rounds, first 3 victories for Vegas.
It just sets the tone, and already, 11 rounds in, they have a 10-point lead.
And 8 have come from those top 3 slots in the launch and the middle rounds.
Castro, another prime standout, as the depth just really shines. You go up and down a bout sheet for this Las Vegas Hustle team. They are deep.
Cuba West. Yeah, they've gotten out, they've gotten the talent, worked together, performed very well, and you had a couple that were real close for them, but you're seeing this team just get better and better every week. We haven't seen Vegas in a real off night. It's about the only team we can say that about.
Castro will be back in action in the money rounds, and it's going to be a juicy matchup. He's going to be taking on Rahman Muhammad, who you heard talk with Amelia Moore moments ago. That is round 18, a good one. Makaloloy will be in action in round number 22 against Dislan Gainza.
So many tricks of the trade for Castro. See how he makes his opponent miss twice, 3 times, gets in 1 shot. The only one he gets hit with is back of the head. So he's letting the referee know it's back of the head, trying to lobby at the same time. Maintains his balance while he does it all. Castro's shown us a lot of things tonight. He was hard to hit.
TCL fans, the winner of round 12 via unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Darian Castro. Your score, Las Vegas 118, Phoenix 107. Round 13 in the super middleweight division. For Las Vegas, Diana De Pestre. Phoenix will feature Rico Santana.
Super middleweight action in round 13. Diane De Pestre in the black trunks, Rico Santana in the silver trunks. And Dave, the maroon hair.
A little bit of a fashion statement. Remember, this is a team that's got the garments, it's got the look.
Santana's been a standout for Phoenix. 11-0 record with a stoppage as well. This is one of the premier matchups of the night.
Yeah, two guys who have been red hot.
And two Cubans as well. De Pestre has been excellent. A tall 168-pounder, standing at 6'2", 9-3 on the season. He's won 8 of 9. It's the first of 2 between these Cubans this evening.
And Santana, conversely, one of the leaders of the Phoenix team. Good a threat as anybody to break the Vegas stranglehold thus far.
It's been a physical minute and change between Santana and De Pestre.
Referee will be very important here as he's allowed a lot of clinch time, no punching time.
Question is for Vegas, how far can they stretch their lead? Phoenix, as we enter the second half of this event, can they start to make a move and rally back?
This really noisy building has become quiet. And this is one of the loudest venues that we see in the entire circuit. But Las Vegas has taken the air out of the building.
7 straight lost rounds will do that to you. It's been all Vegas. They closed out the launch rounds with a 7-point lead. Here, their lead has swelled up to 11.
No, I think Santana breaks the hex here. But still, what a night so far.
Knockout at the bell. De Pestre certainly looked hurt. I don't know if he was saved by the bell or not. Nope, not a knockdown.
Here's the end of the round with all the good action being done by Santana. Must be a clock issue. They landed after the clock ran down. Got him here. Hits him. That is a knockdown. We'd have to see why they said no. Have to be a clock issue.
There's no conclusive connection, but it looked like De Pestre was in quite some pain.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 13 via split decision from Phoenix, Raico Santana.
All right, so he does come up with the win.
The score, Las Vegas 127, Phoenix 117.
Let's go back and listen for the bell here.
So they're saying it's after the bell. Referee right there.
Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round of 14 at light heavyweight. For Las Vegas, it is Jorge Luis Moroccan Sotolongo. For Phoenix, Andrew Hernandez.
Sotolongo and Hernandez at 175 pounds. The deficit for Phoenix is 10. Jorge Sotolongo in the black trunks for Las Vegas as the stretch of consecutive rounds won by the Hustle ends at 7 with Santana's split decision win. He's now 12-0. Good right hand connect by Andrew Hernandez. 2-1, but he's been used sporadically this season. Hasn't competed since May 10th when he lost to Diane DePestre.
There's a lot of stories behind the guys that might be 2-1 or 3-2 at the end of the year. Maybe they're in the gym a lot, they just can't crack the lineup, but they get a chance. And then when they get a chance, they're eager. I think this Vegas lineup will be very tough to crack. Fundamentally sound, up and down.
You wonder what fighters are on standby for this squad.
Yeah, because a lot of teams, you'll see at least somebody who might have that deer in the headlights look when they go in there. Las Vegas has no deer in the...
Oh, Sotolongo trying to say so long to Hernandez. Knocks him down with a little over a minute to go in round 14.
They're saying about no deer in the headlights fighters for Vegas. Another example.
More extra points coming as of right now for Las Vegas.
What a deep team this is.
Jorge Sotolongo now coming alive at 175 pounds. Those are vicious windups from Sotolongo. Now Hernandez backing away. 45 seconds to go.
Some of these Vegas fighters will make a 10-9 loss feel like a win to their opponents. Vicious, he's right on top, not letting the time slip by in between. It's some of the subtle differences you see in the elite teams, where their fighters get right on top of their opponents. Even a little bit of an opportunity, you jump right in, you try to finish it, you try to parlay it, build it into something else. Never satisfied.
It's as if the walls are caving in if you're the opponent for Sotolongo here. And Andrew Hernandez survives the knockdown. It'll be a 10-8 decision here and a wider margin for Las Vegas.
They're putting on a clinic tonight. Here's just the latest example. Step back, find some room, and score the knockdown. Impressive part here, he's crowded, step back. See how he makes some room for himself? That's a veteran move from a guy in the middle of trying to punch. To me, the most impressive part of that was not only the offense, but the stepping back to create the distance in the middle of the move.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 14 via unanimous decision, 10-8. Las Vegas is Jorge Luis Moroccan Sotolongo. At the moment, Las Vegas leads 137 to Phoenix 125. Round 15 in the cruiserweight division. For Las Vegas, Yordan Fuentes Castañeda. Phoenix will feature Charles Pugh.
For Jorge Sotolongo, his TCL debut ends with him earning a 10-8 decision. We'll see him again. Well, he's scheduled rather for round 25. The way things are going, I don't know if we're getting there.
It's a big no.
Here we go with Yordan Fuentes Castaneda, also in his TCL debut against Charles Pugh, the cruiserweight who is doing a terrific job at 37 years of age, now 13-1, a winner of 10 straight rounds for Phoenix.
And he's been a different fighter from a confidence standpoint ever since early on in week 3 in San Antonio when he scored the decisive victory in the final round to give his team a 1-point win. And it was all in the final minute where he sucked it up with the stamina and just went out, dug deep, and got that point. And we've seen him improve fight by fight ever since.
Fuentes, a native of Havana, lives in Miami, 32 years of age. You know, if nothing moves as far as other teams in contention, and the bracket remains so where Phoenix will have the 4 seed, despite what happens tonight, Vegas has the 1 seed. If both teams win their opening round matchups, this could very well be a semifinal date to have between these two. It doesn't look close.
Now, you don't want to be circling this if you're Phoenix and saying, we might have to take a look at the replay of the first fight between them. And it's not that Phoenix fighters have fought badly. It just Las Vegas has continued to grow and improve, and they've become a juggernaut. I mean, they were not expected to beat Philadelphia. They were an underdog. This team has gotten hot.
Going back to last week, not only did Vegas beat Philadelphia, they came away with a 9-point win. Here they're up by 12.
That was an undefeated team, the defending league champs, a team that expects to be there at the end. And to go there and do that was extremely impressive by this Vegas team. This Vegas team might be about 30% better than they were a month ago, and they were undefeated then.
Well, we've said it before, that was a Philadelphia team that hadn't lost in over a calendar year. As Pugh bringing the onslaught to Fuentes near the end of round number 15.
Well, this is Pugh doing what he does, attacking. He's a good body puncher, a good inside fighter. Basically, we're throwing off the mystery. Just come inside, mano a mano, who is better?
I need a reward.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 15 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Charles Pugh. The score, Las Vegas 146, Phoenix 135. Our next round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. In the heavyweight division for Las Vegas, it is Kai Brooks. For Phoenix, Cesar Navarro.
Here we go with round 16. Kai Brooks, Cesar Navarro, who's making his TCL debut. Vegas with a sizable lead, 146-135. Let's go down ringside to Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, I'm down here with Joseph Rivas, down here to support his team. What are you now, 5-time Fight of the Night?
Just about, yeah.
It must be killing you to be ringside, but tell us how important it is to be able to support your team.
I am more pissed off than a pissed off baby mama right now, and I am mad that I'm not out there, but I still get that adrenaline rush just watching.
Absolutely, I hear you out here instructing your team, bringing the energy, just kind of like being here for them. Tell me how important this is. I also saw Alan Medina's here too.
Oh yeah, most definitely. He's just right here. He's hanging out. But it's very important. You know, this team, we're not just a team. Like, you see how Vegas works. It's like a family function. You know, and I myself, I didn't see myself as it, but they see me as a team captain. So I feel like I got to take that role. It's a big responsibility to show up and show up for my team.
Absolutely. And along with that, I just see some predictions. Give us some predictions about how you see your team going into the playoffs.
From the way tonight looks, I hate to say it, because the way the judges are going.
Give us some good news.
I'm going to give you some good news. It's going to be a comeback story of the year so far for this season. I'm going to tell you guys that. You know, you guys going to see us, we're coming down right now, but we're always going to come back up. We're the Phoenix Spirit, man. We're going to rise from the flames and rise from the ashes, so you'll see.
Thanks, dude. It's good to see you. I appreciate you. Back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Amelia. A minute 20 to go here between Kai Brooks and Cesar Navarro, which has been exciting, and it leads to a knockdown right there. Navarro introduced to TCL Team Boxing League. Kai Brooks putting his opponent down.
That's raw, sheer power. And he's got time to work with to make it a 10-7.
Brooks made his TCL debut last week, won both rounds over Joey DeVeco and Kanja Nathan from Philadelphia. Hard to believe. Another added weapon?
These are the guys trying to get into the lineup. Not necessarily assured a shot.
He gets smacked there by a right hand by Navarro. On tap for Vegas.
What a surprise. Something we've said a few times already tonight. Ending the launch rounds like that. And look at this, just a power shot. What an embarrassment of riches for this team. Stepping in, getting the full power behind it. And that's how 10-9 became 10-8. Close to Brooks.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 16, a unanimous decision, 10-8, in favor of Las Vegas's Kai Brooks. At the end of the middle rounds, Las Vegas leads Phoenix 156-143.
Largest lead of the night here for the Las Vegas Hustle. A 13-point edge as they dominate the middle rounds here over Phoenix. Money rounds coming up. Can Vegas close it out and get to 8-0 to close out the regular season? Find out when we come back. Plenty more to do here on a Friday night in the TCL.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
A reminder, you can visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. July 11th, we return to Dallas, Texas, as the Houston Hitmen take on the NYC Attitude in the first of a doubleheader, followed by the LA Elite facing the Dallas Enforcers. And then on Saturday, July 12th, we head back to Pennsylvania as the Nashville Smash take on the Philadelphia Smoke in the conclusion of the regular season. It is 156-143. Las Vegas flexing its muscles all around the Valley of the Sun as they have a stranglehold right now on the Phoenix Fury. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you back here in the studio. And Dave, we're literally seeing this team get stronger as the rounds progress because now we're seeing the likes of Soto Longo and Kai Brooks emerge. We saw Brooks come alive in his TCL debut against the Philly heavyweights last week. This Vegas squad's adding dimensions as the rounds progress here.
And need we say Castaneda? On top of that, this is a team that just continues to soar. At least 30% better than we saw them before. Look at this. There are 16 fights tonight. There have been 5 10-8s for Vegas in what we kind of looked at as maybe a semifinal preview. But Las Vegas has made this its very own show and sent a message to the top of the league. Hey, we're not only going to end up 8-0, we're going to do it. We're going to soar out of here to this undefeated record.
Yeah, their message to everybody else, you have a lot of work to do if you want to try and pick us off. Let's go to the middle round highlights. They're brought to you by the Balance of Nature. And let's zero in on round number 10. Tiara Brandt in her second round of the night against the former WBA bantamweight champion of the world, Jamie Mitchell. And tell you what, Jamie Mitchell, you know, lack of a better phrase, she's a spare part. She hasn't competed that much this season, and look what she does. She beat the brakes off Tiara Brandt.
Yeah, she's the lightning part of the lightning thunder equation for Vegas tonight, because after she did that, at the end of the middle rounds, we see the thunder with Kai Brooks. What a lineup. We're seeing faces that weren't there at the beginning of the season, and they're making an impact, a big impact.
And they're joining the core of this team that has been there all along. Vegas getting stronger as these rounds go on here tonight. As we take a look at the money round fight card for you, round number 17. We're going to get official confirmation, but we're hearing that is going to be scratched, a chipped tooth for Noah Norman. But Darian Castro going to be taking on Rahman Muhammad. That is a good matchup right there. Kai Brooks back in action again. And then round number 19, Charles Pugh back in action for Phoenix. We thought at the time, you know, you have Muhammad, you have Pugh going back-to-back early on in the money rounds that it was going to matter. Not so much here for Phoenix.
It can still be our round to watch,
for
because
sure.
we're going to have fun with it, but nonetheless, it's not going to have the impact on the scoreboard that we thought it was going to be. But that's because Las Vegas has just been a runaway freight train tonight. Pugh has still been an exceptional fighter for Phoenix, and they can rely on him, and he goes against the grain of whatever's happening to Phoenix if they're losing every night.
But also a reminder, with Phoenix as a 4-win team fighting for playoff seeding, points still matter. So you still have to go out there, you still have to compete, and you have to grab as many points, or at this point, shrink the deficit as much as you possibly can in order to have a favorable point differential or avoid any tie-breaks here as we get down the stretch here. All right, let's get the money rounds beginning over at Arizona Athletic Grounds. Go back inside with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we begin the money rounds between Las Vegas and Phoenix. Round 17 is awarded to the Las Vegas Hustle due to the fact that Noah Norman is unable to compete. Round 18 brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. For Las Vegas at welterweight, it is Darian Castro. He'll be opposed by Phoenix's Rahman Muhammad.
Good matchup on paper. We'll see if it lives up to the hype. As Darian Castro stands back in the ring after competing in round 12, picking up a win over Jacob McAloy. And Muhammad with one of only 2 victories for Phoenix in the launch rounds. He's back in action.
And regardless of the score, not only are you fighting for pride, but team boxing will never allow you to play out the straight. It's a physical sport. You have to show up. You have to protect yourself. You want to make an impression. You want to be there next week. And, you know, somebody's watching you. You're being evaluated by somebody important somewhere. And that comes to mind with a guy like Muhammad, who has been a star for Phoenix.
This has been a lanky chess match, Dave.
Yeah, a little bit different than what we were expecting with the participants involved. chess with a little bit of theatrics with Muhammad. That's the one thing about Castro. He's a hard guy to hit. And he'll be very happy to engage you in a low-scoring affair if he doesn't like how it lines up for himself.
They didn't give him the nickname the Untouchable because he was a good tag player.
Hey, that's a good name for him, the Untouchable. To be a defensive fighter of the year.
Picked up his 20th career TCL win. Gets more physical as Castro throws in a forearm.
And why does he not get hit flush so much? It's the movement he makes after his first punch. He knows that he can move just enough to get out of the way of a counter. He knows what's coming, and then he'll move the head, and he'll bring the body all the way back. Now, you have to have some good physical conditioning to do all of that. They might have to score that one 4-3. Nobody could get any offense going. Okay, find the offense if you can. Whoop, not there. Whoop, not there. Whoop, Castro with the head movement. You can't touch this.
Could a streak of 10 straight rounds won by Darian Castro be ending in a matter of moments? How about 6 wins in a row for Muhammad?
You know you have to be doing something right defensively. We'll get to that in a second.
The winner of round 18 by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Rahman Muhammad.
We said Castro doesn't score much. We saw a replay in which he slipped 6 punches. That's how you make the replay, by not getting hit. But he didn't throw enough.
Round 19 at cruiserweight. For Las Vegas, Jordan Fuentes Castañeda. Phoenix will showcase Charles Pugh.
All right, here's round number 19. And Muhammad picks up one of the biggest wins of his season. He is now 9-1-1. Castro now falls to 12-2 on the season.
Second round between Pugh and Castaneda.
Pugh has been a blue-collar force all season for Phoenix. Nothing flashy. I'm just going to get inside and try to outwork you.
Now look at the corral for Phoenix. They are down big, but all the teammates holding Charles Pugh in high regard. They're standing and observing.
Hey, you cheer on your teammates, you cheer on your leaders. You try to transfer energy and get somebody else over the top. Try to help somebody win a close fight.
Fuentes making his TCL debut tonight. There's always one that's not invited to the party, Dave.
That's right.
And he could be in danger of being one of the few Vegas Hustle members to not win a round this evening.
Where will you be on the flight home? He got a tough draw with Pugh. This is a phone booth type of a fight. They're both in front of each other, close range.
Well, after their win over Philadelphia last week, you heard David Hayes specifically mention the Phoenix Fury, calling them them birds, about what was next to tackle on their to-do list. You could tell, maybe not so much the need to deliver the message following that May 10th overtime thriller, but they wanted to set the record straight, that they were levels above every team, including Phoenix, with their matchup here tonight. They've done just that.
This has been the most definitive beatdown among top teams that we have seen this entire year. I mean, we've seen some 18-point verdicts, and we've seen some surprises. But that's a group of surprise people right there, Phoenix, because this looked like it would be a lot closer coming in.
Vegas Corral still lively, energetic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 19 via split decision for the Phoenix Fury, Charles Pugh.
Well, at least it's a split. He still gets invited to the
party.
party.
To you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. At heavyweight for Las Vegas to begin round 20. It is Jairo Cordoba. For Phoenix, Elijah Akana.
A rematch from the 8th round where Cordoba put Akana down. Earned his team a 10-8 decision to close out the launch rounds. And they are back at it here in round 20.
There's a lightning quick left hand by Cordoba, who manages to hide it. The jab is so quick, you have to react to the jab, and then he steps right behind it with a powerful left hand. What you want to do when you're facing him is go to your left. If you're the Phoenix fighter, try to stay away from the path of the power hand.
That defeat for Akana, just his third of the season. And also, these two faced one another on May 10th. Akana picked up the win. So Cordoba gets one back and then some.
Yeah, because that left hand was thunderous, and he looked like he had the opportunity to get a stop. And it's impressive when you can come up with that type of a weapon.
It's the equalizer from the Hawaiian.
Payback. We have real parity between these two fighters.
A minute 15 to go in round 20. Oh, now they're throwing bombs, Dave.
What's to lose now? They've both been on the canvas already. And if you're Akana, why not? You just dropped him. Try for the parlay. There's time.
50 seconds to go. Cordoba with that dangerous left hand. And they are moving back and forth.
And if Cordoba could trap Akana going straight back, he could do damage with that left hand. And if you're Akana, you want to be moving.
Some time to salute the crowd.
Yeah, you know what to say. Did you like what I just did? Did you like that?
Game recognizing game there from Elijah Akana.
All right, so this is the equalizing knockdown. Quick shot. And it was the hand speed just like it had been the other way in their first fight.
They started by that left hook.
And the key, you'll get a call from a referee if you're punching, even if he's on his way down and there seems to be some tangling. If you're throwing a punch while he's going down, you'll often get the call.
Fight fans, the winner of round 20 via unanimous decision, 10-8. The Phoenix Fury, Elijah Akana. We stay in the heavyweight division for round 21. For Las Vegas, it'll be Kai Brooks. For Phoenix, Cesar Navarro.
Kai Brooks back in action after earning a 10-8 win in round 16 over Cesar Navarro, making his TCL debut tonight. You can only be impressed with what we've seen in our early looks of Kai Brooks, the addition to the heavyweight division for Las Vegas.
Yeah, that was terrific power that he unleashed in that knockdown in the first matchup between these two fighters.
Phoenix has won 3 straight rounds. They've cut the deficit to 10. It's on a night where Las Vegas has been in control from the jump. They've never trailed.
of Phoenix getting wins from its top fighters. And that's just a good bolt of electricity for the team to carry out of here.
Stop! Step back. Clean break. Good job.
Couple jabs here in a matchup that right now looks like it's polite. Who's going to break that?
Good left hand from Cesar Navarro. It is interesting with the run that Vegas has been on tonight. We are at round 21. Mathematically,
yes,
this is still a match.
Phoenix is still here.
And it's a bit surprising.
And this is a matchup of offensive-minded fighters where knockdowns can occur.
There's nothing wrapped up yet for Las Vegas.
Sticking the same thing at the same time. They got it to 10 with a little three-point run.
This has been a much better round for Cesar Navarro.
He's been able to get off first and push Kai Brooks back.
Question is, will he have done enough? Ten more seconds to go. Oh, he nearly slipped, trying to swing out of his shoes.
A much closer fight than their first time. Good shots coming from the Phoenix fighter, and Brooks having his moments too, but getting countered. And there was that body shot that had given him the knockdown the first time against Navarro.
Three more rounds remain. Let's see what happens here in round 21 with the judge's decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 21 by unanimous decision from Las Vegas, Kai Brooks. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 in the money rounds at welterweight. For Las Vegas, Dizlan Gainza. For Phoenix, it'll be Jacob Makalaloy.
Well, Dave, with that win for Kai Brooks, it does wrap up the event for Las Vegas. So the hustle will end the regular season at 8-0.
Undefeated, and their newcomer came in and gave them the clinching points. This is impressive for Vegas because we've seen a league in which nearly every team has had a significant run of about 4 fights. And we've seen teams come from the bottom and then get up near the top and try to poke through. And Vegas and Philly have been the only teams at the top since the start. And Vegas has gone now a level beyond that.
And beyond that is seemingly getting stronger. And if you want to, again, continue to compare to Philadelphia, who's also in that top tier, but now it's almost a wait-and-see mode with the smoke due to the status of Rashida Ellis, which is cloudy at the moment.
Yeah, because that's something where you can be looking at maybe 20 points being taken off their total in a playoff match. And, you know, they've had some tough matchups. They might face a Boston. They might face a Nashville.
Meanwhile, it feels like Las Vegas is only getting stronger after nights like tonight.
Well, the last 2 weeks, we were here a couple weeks ago, and after watching Philly in a strong performance, you got the feeling, well, Philly may be able to take care of business when Vegas comes in. And that's what makes what Vegas has done in the last 2 weeks even more impressive.
They have played so many opponents, including Phoenix, so tight for the majority of this regular season, as Makalui is having some moments here against Dislan Gainza. And then as the regular season winds down, it feels like Vegas has turned on a fourth burner.
And where did they get these people? Well, they have had some newcomers tonight that have made a terrific contribution. Whether that's Castaneda, whether that's Brooks. Seldom seen, Jamie Mitchell. All fighters who were not considered the top guns for Vegas coming into here, and now they have incredible depth.
That will do it for round 22. You mentioned where Vegas is getting the fighters from, and you know, in traditional boxing, more and more big fights, they're taking place overseas, but Las Vegas still remains the fight capital of the United States, and it's where you go to sharpen your skills, sharpen others' skills, iron sharpening iron, and the boxing scene still littered with premier talent.
Yeah, and this is a good example of it. All the Cuban talent went to Las Vegas. They could have easily gone to Miami for strategic purposes of relocation. So, yeah, that's a big center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 22 via split decision from Las Vegas, Dislan Gainza. Round 23 is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 23 at super welterweight for Las Vegas, Reynel Diaz Salgado. For Phoenix, DeAndre Pettis.
So a rematch from the 6th round, a split decision awarded to Reynel Salgado. That kept the mojo going for Vegas in the opening third of this event tonight. Pettis the silver trunks, Salgado in the black.
This is the fight that we waited for the explosiveness and didn't get it. This is the chess match.
So these two teams concluding their respective regular seasons. More action coming up on Sunday in Pennsylvania. See Philadelphia in action against New York City. San Antonio and Boston in action as well. A lot of playoff implications on the line there for those two squads.
Three playoff-hungry teams starved coming in the way Los Angeles did tonight.
getting their shots. Salgado winding up with a combination. $12-point lead for Las Vegas.
Well, a little bit more action in this fight between them than the last, as Pettis has been willing to take some chances. But is he following his opponent around the ring, or is he doing the damage? That's what the judges are going to tell us when they render their verdict.
Round 23 comes to a close. And Reiner Salgado feels he did enough to pick up a 2-round sweep over DeAndre Pettis tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 23 by split decision from Phoenix, DeAndre Pettis. Our 24th and final money round at super middleweight for Las Vegas, Diana DePestre. For Phoenix, Raiko Santana.
Well, here we go with round 24. The hope was that it would be a tight score leading into the 24th and final round. But I tell you what, there's a lot at stake in this one because Raiko Santana wants to remain undefeated. He's 12-0. He's able to defeat DePestre earlier tonight in round number 13. It was a split decision, and you could tell DePestre is a man on a mission to even the score here.
It was one of the better rounds of the fight, and you could even make a case for it, round 13, as being a candidate for round of the night. So he is coming in here with a mission. To go through the entire regular season undefeated is as much of a thrill for him as an individual as it is for Las Vegas to become undefeated as a team.
Vegas closing out the regular season at 8-0. Phoenix will be 4-4. And that's where the tiebreak scenario comes into play. It's the point differentials that we'll be watching here. And that's why this is a pretty big hit they're taking.
Yes, this is going to be more than 10 points. And so when they match up with other teams, I mean, what if Los Angeles comes up and beats Dallas? Maybe Los Angeles is going to have a point differential advantage over them. But they knew all the scenarios. They came here ready to fight. It just, Las Vegas is too good right now for them.
And they will have as Santana lands a beautiful right hand across the face of DePestre. They'll have several weeks to rest up, get ready. Quarterfinals in the TCL postseason begin July 18th. And they'll last through the 18th to the 25th. And of course, all the action can be seen right here on Merit TV. Final 30 seconds. This round as competitive as expected. Santana extending his arms as if to say, look, proof's in the pudding.
Look what I did.
Yeah. So on a really down night for his Phoenix Fury team, right goes Santana, hopeful of going 2 for 2 here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 24th and final money round by unanimous decision from the Phoenix Fury, Raiko Santana.
Yes, sir.
Your final score, the Las Vegas also 230, the Phoenix Fury 220.
Well, the trio of Santana, Pugh, and Muhammad, they go a combined 6-0, but Las Vegas runs away with it. Wire to wire in full command. They win 230-220 as Vegas completes an 8-0 regular season. It is on to the playoffs for the Hustle of Las Vegas. We'll be back with more right after this. TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Vegas takes it in a rout by 10. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 knockdown of the night, Dave.
And Cordoba in round number 8. Watch the big bomb. Boom. Hidden, shielded, great shot, power, everything behind that led to a 10-8, and it could have been more. But the jab, then the left hand.
Punctuated a dominant launch round for Vegas. They are victorious. Let's go back inside Arizona Athletic Grounds with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round of the night, round 10 between Las Vegas, Jamie Mitchell, and Phoenix, Tierra Brent. your third star of the night from the Phoenix Fury, Rahman Muhammad. Your second star of the night from the Las Vegas Hustle, Natalia Castañeda. And your first star of the night from the Las Vegas Hustle, heavyweight Kai Brooks.
Natalia, I just have to say congratulations. You came out like with such passion, and you were able to take that knockdown right at the beginning of that round. Can you tell us about how you made your debut and what that feels like?
I'm just super grateful to have this opportunity. It's just been really surreal being here right now, so just want to thank Team Combat League and the Las Vegas Hustles for that. But I feel really good about my performance. I feel like I dominated and did what I needed to do.
And about the 3-minute rounds, how does that feel to be up there on par with the men?
I'm pretty used to fighting 3-minute rounds. If I ever can fight 3-minute rounds, I do. So it didn't really feel that different.
Yeah, but just making sure that you get those 3-minute rounds, it does feel so much better, doesn't it?
It does, yes. More time, so yeah.
Congratulations on a great debut with TCL, and it's amazing having you here tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Kai, my guy, we did the interview earlier tonight. I told everybody, and you delivered.
Yeah, I had to. My team was pumping us up, the whole night, and everybody else had such great fights. I had to put on a show for you guys.
You did absolutely fantastic. Came in, got the knockdown, and then came back into that second round that you came through and held it down. Great performance. I think Coach had mentioned, what was he telling you? He gave you a bit of a game plan?
Yeah, he was telling me to use my jab, but I was trying to stick to it, but I like to entertain the fans and give them a show. Give them a little heart attack sometimes, though.
Keeping it interesting. It was definitely exciting. Great to see you in there tonight, and great performance.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I believe, he owes me ice cream, so we're gonna go get some ice cream.
We're gonna hold him down to it, listen, Dewey. And Coach, let's talk about making history tonight with TCL. Give it up for Las Vegas, 8-0.
Hey, man, we worked very hard for this. We're a tight-knit team. Everybody got each other back.
I mean, I could see it. What was it, 6 knockdowns tonight? Incredible. I think that might be a record tonight also. So way to break the books 2 times tonight.
Thank you. But we're not finished yet. We're not done until we get that TCL belt around our waist.
Everyone's been put on notice. Excellent. Well, get some rest. There's more to come. Amazing work tonight, and absolutely have a great trip back home.
Thank you. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you, Phoenix Fury, for putting on a great fight. Hey, we 8-0. We made history, guys, and I wouldn't want to make history nowhere else. I love the fans out here. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Here they come. What an absolutely tremendous night. There was crazy energy tonight. I mean, the fights just went by so fast. Thank you again for having us back to the studio so we can celebrate.
Thanks so much, Amelia. Let's take a look at our money round highlights. And we focus in on one singular round. It's brought to you by the Balance of Nature. It's round 20. Round 8 between these two in Cordoba and Akana. That made up the knockdown of the night. Akana is able to get his revenge, sending Cordoba to the mat as well. He scores a 10-8 decision.
I want to make my own highlight, and he got even with the guy that dropped him.
So they split the rounds between Akana and Cordoba as we take a look at the TCL standings. Vegas now 8-0, and the Phoenix Fury now bunched together with Atlanta, with Miami, all at 4-4. There's a lot of wait and see left between these 3 or 4 teams for some of those lower playoff seedings. And it's a dangerous spot because you leave yourself susceptible to have to face a team like Vegas in the opening round, in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you was hoping that you could do better than that, but there was nothing else that Phoenix could do. They came to fight. They had the energy. The crowd was there. Their big people came up huge when they had to. But we found out that this Vegas team is extremely deep. Deeper than we ever thought before. New weapons, and there is something magical about this Vegas team.
Feels like they are getting stronger down the stretch now at 8-0. Hey, Sunday we continue our doubleheader action as we move on to Pennsylvania. Philadelphia Smoke. They're trying to rebound from last week's loss against Vegas against the New York City Attitude. And then San Antonio Snipers take on a Boston Butchers team looking to improve their playoff position. It is all coming your way on Sunday afternoon right here on Merit TV. Vegas wins it 230-220 for Amelia Moore and Dave Bontempo, our entire crew. I'm Justin Shackle. We'll talk to you Sunday. Have a great night.